Bonsoir. Good evening, everyone. Welcome. I will now call the meeting to order. Madame la Greffière.
Your Worship, all public meetings of Moncton City Council are simultaneously translated. Hearing assistant devices are available at the entrance of the council chambers. Members of the public have the right to address City Council in the official language of their choice. Meetings are broadcast live on both official languages on the Cities of Moncton's YouTube channel via moncton.ca, and will also be aired at 9 p.m. this evening on rogerstv.com. Individuals who have registered with the City Clerk's office at least 7 business days prior to the meeting agenda deadline will be allocated 5 minutes to deliver their presentation. All other public presentations will be allotted 2 minutes. 1 minute warning will be provided to indicate the remaining time. Important reminder, all presenters, city staff, and council members are expected to conduct themselves respectfully at all times. Disparaging remarks, offensive language, or profane expressions directed towards council, staff, or a member of the public will not be permitted. Any breach of this code of conduct may result in the presenter being directed to leave the council chambers at the discretion of the chair. Toutes les réunions publiques du Conseil municipal de Moncton sont traduites simultanément. Les appareils d'aide à l'audition sont disponibles à l'arrière de la salle du Conseil. Les membres du public ont le droit de s'adresser au Conseil municipal dans la langue officielle de leur choix. Les séances sont diffusées en direct dans les 2 langues officielles sur la chaîne YouTube de la ville, accessible sur le site moncton.ca. Ils seront également diffusés à 21h ce soir sur rogerstv.com. Les personnes qui se sont inscrites auprès du bureau de la greffière municipale au moins 7 jours avant la date limite de dépôt de l'ordre du jour de la séance disposeront de 5 minutes pour faire leur présentation. Tous les autres intervenants publics disposeront de 2 minutes. Un avertissement d'1 minute sera donné pour indiquer le temps restant. Tous les intervenants, le personnel municipal et les membres du conseil municipal sont tenus de se comporter de manière respectueuse en tout temps. Les remarques désobligeantes, le langage offensant ou les expressions grossières à l'égard du conseil municipal, du personnel ou des membres du public ne seront pas tolérés. Tout manquant à ce code de conduite peut être entraîner l'expulsion de l'intervenant de la salle du conseil à la discrétion du président ou de la présidente.
Merci, Madame la Greffière. Are there changes to the agenda?
Yes, we have 2 2-minute presentations. Suzanne Roussel, don d'une sculpture de Claude Roussel, and Robert McKay regarding Sunset Hotel.
Merci, Madame la Greffière. Do we need a motion for the changes?
Yes.
Donc, est-ce que je peux avoir conseiller Butler, conseiller Steves? Any questions? No? So we will do a show of hands for the vote. Motion carried. Merci.
Next would be conflict of interest, les déclarations des conflits d'intérêts.
Are there any conflicts of interest this evening? No, there are none, Madame la Greffière.
We have 1 set of minutes for adoption. It would be September 2nd, 2025.
Could I have a mover and a seconder for the minutes, please? Conseiller Butler, Conseiller Kingston. Donc, any questions? No questions. We will go to a manual vote. So, show of hands. C'est beau. Merci. Merci à tous. Motion carried. Madame la Greffière.
Yes, we have no consent agenda. Il n'y a pas de questions soumises à l'approbation du Conseil. Next item are public presentations, exposés du public. And the first up this evening is a public presentation. It's a presentation, Introduction to New Brunswick Refugee Clinic, and it's Dale McLaren, President and Board Chair. If you could come to the podium, that would be great. Could you push the button just right in front of you? Thank you.
Bonsoir, Madame Marks and Madame Hoon. Merci d'être là. Bonsoir, go ahead, please.
Can you try the button again? I'm not sure why it's not letting me. Justin. There.
There we go. Good afternoon, Your Worship and councillors. Thank you very much for having us this evening. My name is Josie Marks. I'm a lawyer and I'm a volunteer member of the Board of Directors of the New Brunswick Refugee Clinic. And I'm here with Olivia Wynn.
Hi, thank you so much again for having us here. I'm Olivia Huynh. I'm a lawyer and I'm the Executive Director of the New Brunswick Refugee Clinic.
And we're really pleased to be here this evening because the New Brunswick Refugee Clinic was founded in 2016. And as we approach our 10-year anniversary, we thought it was fitting to come to speak to council as the City of Moncton was a supporter of the New Brunswick Refugee Clinic when we got started. And your funding was instrumental to getting us off the ground with a number of other important funding partners in our community. And as we're here on our 10-year anniversary, or approaching our 10-year anniversary, we wanted to give a bit of a sense of the impact that that has had in our community. We do have a PowerPoint. I'm not sure how to advance it. There we go. If we can advance it. One slide. Oh,
You can just touch it. It's a touch
There we
screen.
go. Thank you. So what is the New Brunswick Refugee Clinic? So we are a not-for-profit charitable organization based in the City of Moncton who offers free legal services to persons making refugee claims in the province of New Brunswick. A refugee claim is somebody who has fled their country due to their race, their religion, their nationality, or their political opinion, and they can no longer live safely in their home country. What we do is we assist these individuals to make their claims in New Brunswick so that they can live and work and become permanent members of our community. And when we started in 2016, we had one executive director and a very large army of volunteers. And we are extremely pleased today to now have an executive director, but also 4 other staff persons who have made a great impact in helping to integrate newcomer protected persons or refugee claimants into our community. We just wanted to share with you a few statistics. Since we started in 2016, we have assisted more than 1,000 different files, so different individuals or families. Sometimes it's one person, sometimes they're there with their children. In our community to make refugee claims or to otherwise assist with their work permits or immigration matters. We have a refugee claim approval rate of over 85%, and that's been consistent since we were founded. So it's a very high approval rate, and it speaks to the success of our executive director and our team in assisting clients to gain legal status to remain in Canada. If you look over the past fiscal year, just to give a sense of the current level of activity, we did 117 consultations over the last fiscal year, which was 230 persons in total who were assisted. This represents clients from 46 different countries. We currently have 93 families, individuals or families who we are assisting before the Immigration and Refugee Board. Those would be persons who are waiting for their claim to be heard. We processed 59 work permit applications to make sure that everyone is able to live and work with their families in our community. In the last fiscal year, 22 permanent residence applications, and we received final decisions on 34 claims at the Federal Refugee Board, which is an 88% success rate. I also now want to turn it over to our executive director to just talk a little bit about the specific impacts it has on people in our community.
Okay, so we'd like to present the stories of some of our clients to show why they left their home countries and the life they've been able to build in Moncton since coming to Canada. So Eric and Stevenson are 2 of our clients. Eric's the father and Stevenson is his son. They fled Venezuela a few years ago because Eric was a pro-democracy activist and his life was threatened by the Venezuelan government. So he and Stevenson left together, but sadly they were separated from the wife and from Eric's other 2 children when they left. Since coming here, we've won their refugee claim, and they're both working full-time in the construction industry right now. We've also helped them start the process to be reunited with his wife and with his other children in Canada together. This is another family we represented in their refugee claim. So Mario was a humanitarian worker in Honduras, and Malin was a teacher there. And they had to flee Central America after their lives were threatened by gangs due to Mario's humanitarian work, which included threats against their children. Since coming here, they've both learned English fluently. Malin was already fluent in English, and Mario now speaks English fluently as well. And they're both working in early childhood education, and their children are enjoying going to school in Moncton. So thank you again for the City of Moncton's continuing support since our clinic began. And we hope to continue sharing the impact our clinic has for our clients.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Are there questions from members of council? Conseiller Léger.
Merci, Madame la Mairesse. Thank you very much for the presentation. And certainly, you've made a tremendous impact. On one of the slides, you had trained 6 law students. Can you just comment on that in terms of what that brings in terms of their awareness maybe towards refugees and so on?
Yes, thank you. So we currently have a partnership with the University of Moncton chapter of Pro Bono Students Canada. So we provide a full clinic placement for 4 to 6 law students each year. Last year, we had 6 law students. So they work directly on all the client files. They meet the clients. They help prepare for hearings. They work on different types of cases. So they gain a lot of practical experience, and they get to see firsthand the client stories and the types of challenges they encounter when they arrive in Canada.
I know that we initially were active participants in funding and so on. So I guess moving forward, you do add a lot to the quality of life of Monctonians and people in Greater Moncton. So do you still apply, or have you applied for grants from the City of Moncton, and would encourage you to continue?
Yes, we've been steady appliers since we began, and we have been supported by the city, and your contribution has increased over the years, which we appreciate, and that has helped us to increase our staff and our impact as well as our services have grown and as the demand in the community has grown also. Thank you.
And thanks for the 2 examples. Putting faces to stories and successes is very helpful. So thank you. Merci.
Merci, Conseiller Léger. Conseiller Steves.
Thank you. Just a quick question. What is your relationship with Magma? And do they move people over to you or recommend people to you and vice versa? How does that work?
Yes, so we work pretty closely with the team at Magma that works specifically with refugee claimants. So they will typically refer clients to us if they have refugee claimants who cannot afford a private lawyer. And then we'll also refer clients to them. We've enrolled a lot of clients in their English class, which has been great. And then we'll also refer clients to them for things like workshops, for CVs, for job applications, and for housing.
Good. Good. Well, thank you for the partnership for sure. That's positive. Thank you.
Merci, Conseiller Steves. Any other questions? Thank you so much. Your work is really very much appreciated. Merci. Merci beaucoup. Madame la greffière.
Yes, our next presentation is a 2-minute presentation. Ça sera de Suzanne Roussel. C'est un don d'une sculpture de Claude Roussel. Madame Roussel, vous pouvez venir au micro.
J'invite aussi Ron Godette de Magma, le directeur général. C'est correct?
Oui, bonsoir Suzanne et bonsoir Ron. C'est un plaisir de vous accueillir.
Merci. Bonjour tout le monde, Madame la mairesse, Mesdames et Messieurs les conseillers. J'aimerais souligner la présence de Darlene Doiron et Anne-Marie Colette qui sont ici. Ces dames sont dévouées au dossier de la paix et puis les implications pour la ville de Moncton. So, bravo à eux d'être ici et bravo pour leur dévouement. Donc, 5 years ago, on September 21st, in 2020, Greater Moncton was the first city in Atlantic Canada to receive the designation City of Peace. Afin de commémorer le 5e anniversaire de cette désignation, je souhaite, au nom du défunt Claude Roussel, faire un don d'une œuvre d'art public. The artwork gift to the City of Moncton is Wounded Peace. It's a 2.4 meter high, 8 feet tall, mixed media sculpture about peace. Je passe la parole à Ron Godette, le directeur général de Magma et AMGM en français, qui parlera du plan d'installation de la sculpture.
Thank you, Suzanne. What an honor and a privilege. So Suzanne approached Magma for a home, a permanent home for her father. Her father passed away this past year, but Claude Roussel is prominent in the art in New Brunswick, and we're thrilled to be recommended as a permanent host for this installation through the support of the City of Moncton, Magma, and what it represents to the City of Peace and the turmoil that we're currently going through in this world, but that peace would reign supreme. So, Susan, what an honor, and we would ask if the city would accept the installation as a permanent fixture in the City of Moncton, in the home of Magma. Yes.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much for this. Are there any questions from colleagues on council? Conseiller Léger.
Merci, Madame la mairesse. Merci pour le don. Avez-vous des détails peut-être sur la possibilité d'installation, qu'est-ce que ça ressemblait, et puis aussi peut-être qu'est-ce que vous envisagez en termes de le rôle de la ville de Moncton, quelle aide que vous avez besoin?
Bonne question. Pour l'aide qu'on a besoin, c'est un cadeau qui fait que le propriétaire de l'œuvre devient celle de la ville de Moncton, de la collection ville de Moncton. Et puis Ron peut vous parler of the installation location.
Well, we're excited to announce this will be in the grand foyer entrance to Magma. There are currently in excess of 900 people coming through those doors every day. And more, the building has become a beacon of hope to newcomers and Monctonians alike. And we're trying to have as many events that bring more and more people to the building. So we met with Susan on Friday of this week, Suzanne, and looked at the choice location. We have an A and a B, but I think we've landed on the A. We will work with Galco Construction to ensure that it is properly put in place. And what we're asking the City of Moncton to consider, Magma will place the plaque, but I think some work around the covering the installation with so that it's touchable without damaging it. And I'm not using the right words at all.
You're doing very good.
All right, so perhaps then to city staff, to city manager, certainly something I certainly would support. So perhaps what are the next steps, and really would look forward to the unveiling and hopefully an invitation to attend all of us. And thank you so much for the gift. I think he's given a lot to Moncton over time, and so this is very nice.
Merci,
Mr. City
Conseiller
Manager.
Léger.
Merci pour la question, conseiller. Thank you so much. And again, yeah, we'll work with both Magma and yourself, Madame Roussel, to ensure that we are there to support as much as we can be. Thank you.
Merci.
Merci, Conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la maire. Merci, Ron. Merci, Suzanne. Je ne connais pas Claude Roussel, mais je connais ses œuvres depuis l'âge de 9 ans, lorsque mon père m'a emmené à Pointe-Sapin, dans cette région-là, où la statue pour Escouminac fait face, le dos à la mer un petit peu. Mais puis j'ai demandé à mon père qui ce qui a fait ça, c'était vraiment évocateur comme souvenir. Puis il me raconte un petit peu Claude Roussel. Puis là, j'ai eu le plaisir de voir les meilleures créations ou entretenir des relations avec les meilleures créations de Claude Roussel, qui sont ses enfants. Puis c'est vraiment beau de voir, Suzanne, le reste de ta famille, j'ai l'impression qu'ils viennent donner une partie de leur père pour honorer la paix. Et Dieu sait que le timing est quasiment impeccable dans nos temps. On regarde aux nouvelles, là, ce qui se passe partout au monde, puis c'est très évocateur, bon timing. Mais j'aimerais quand même, si ça te va, Suzanne, de nous présenter un petit peu qui était ton père pour les personnes qui ne le connaissaient pas, ses œuvres principales, etc. Prendre une minute, ça servira à expliquer un petit peu l'importance et la valeur de ce cadeau-là. C'est pas un deux de pique, ton père. C'était un très bon artiste visuel, puis ça vaut la peine de reconnaître et d'expliquer aux gens la valeur que ça amène.
Merci, Daniel. L'artiste Claude Roussel est né artiste. Il était d'une très pauvre famille à Edmundston, en 1930, sa naissance. Il est découvert comme un prodige artistique par un docteur Laporte qui lui a aidé à se rendre aux études à Montréal, à l'École des beaux-arts de Montréal. Donc, il devient un public artist en premier. Donc, il veut offrir à tout le monde l'expérience de l'expression. C'est pour ça que les gens à Escumina qui ont une grande blessure, ils voient cette œuvre-là, ils se retrouvent. C'est pas des figures précises. C'est un visage assez souple et moderne, mais pour ouvrir l'esprit de création, de créativité. Donc, c'est un homme qui a voulu ça, non seulement de lui-même, mais de toutes les générations d'étudiants qui ont enseigné à l'Université de Moncton. Il en a fondé l'université, il en a fondé la galerie d'art. Et puis, ses œuvres sont un peu partout. Vous avez ici la fontaine à 100 Moncton 100. Il y a aussi la Caisse populaire sur la rue Saint-Georges. Donc, c'était ça son désir, que les œuvres soient disponibles, visibles. Et puis, quelle autre belle place. Vous allez voir, l'espace est majestueux chez Magma, que la sculpture va être de toute beauté. Donc, je vous remercie beaucoup.
Merci, Madame la maire.
Merci, conseiller Bourgeois. No other questions. Donc, merci, Suzanne, et merci beaucoup, Ron.
Our next 2-minute presentation is by Robert McKay on Sunset Hotel.
Bonsoir, Robert.
Merci. Your Worship, Council, staff, and members of the public, big crowd here in the building and elsewhere. I wanted to let the public know that it is truly the sun setting on a venerable institution, the Sunset Hotel, up the road on Queen Street. We understand that this building has existed since about 1890. The last 40 or 50 years, it's been a rooming house with affordable rents and colorful place. We all must leave by the 30th of September, and it is to be demolished in the fall. We have been told by the province that the plan is to build a new 35-unit affordable housing building within a couple of years on the same site, if plans don't change in the meantime. I have mixed feelings on this colorful place. Goodbye, sunset. Hello, future sunrise hotel.
Merci, Robert. Any questions of Robert? Il n'y a pas de questions. Madame la greffière.
Our next presentation is administration presentations, exposé de l'administration, and the first up today is an update from RCMP Superintendent Benoit Jolet. He's here to give us an update on what is going on at Kodiak.
Bonsoir, Surintendant.
Bonsoir, Madame la Mairesse par intérim, members of council, city staff, and members of the public that are here. I have a long report. I'll spare council and the members of the gallery. Council has a copy of the full report. However, I will highlight some of the certain things that have happened since June 16th when last reported at council. First of all, August 21st, 23rd, our members were deployed in Dieppe for YQM. Nearly 50,000 people attended the three-day event. Festivities did not stay in Dieppe because the majority of the people spilled over into our downtown here in Moncton after. It went really well, and I can't thank the partners enough, the first responders, the volunteers, and all the organizers, and look forward to next year's event, where we'll probably see the biggest crowd since Magnetic Hill concerts with who was named for one of the nights. We're aware of the concerns that were raised by the municipality, business owners, and residents about the prevalence of open-air drug consumption in the downtown. It's an area that we regularly patrol, but have stepped up even more patrols in the downtown. What's important is that anybody who sees negative activity transpiring to call us, because we cannot be at every street corner. And let's be clear, is that all drugs, even illicit forms of cannabis, are illegal, and we need to know about it. However, we have stepped up our patrols. Here's some of the examples over the summer of some of these operations. July 10th, our members targeted specifically the downtown hotspots in Moncton, but also extended into the other two communities, looking for individuals who were consuming drugs in our downtown. On this one-day event, 8 individuals were arrested on outstanding warrants, and 6 people were found to be actively consuming drugs in public spaces. Substances were seized, and individuals were provided education on safer consumption options available in the community and the Safe Injection Clinic. And to be clear, in the province of New Brunswick and across Canada, a first offense of somebody that's found with an illicit drug, it's education. It is not enforcement. Those are the laws that we have to abide by. If a second offense, somebody who's found consuming drugs, then we have the potential of laying of charges. Another similar project is on July 3rd. After a couple days of work and advanced investigative techniques, we were able to arrest an individual who had been prying on the most vulnerable persons in and around our shelters and in the downtown. On that date, on the 23rd of July, we arrested a 47-year-old male. He was in possession of a large quantity of fentanyl, cash, and various weapons. The man faces various charges. In August, there was a female who was received information that she was involved in the illegal drug trade in the Beechwood area, and this led to a short project from our crime reduction unit, and it led to the execution of a search warrant at her residence on Joyce Street. During the arrest, she was arrested along with her teenage daughter, and during the search, a very large amount of cash, large amount of cocaine, crystal meth, amphetamine, various illicit prescription and non-prescription pills, a taser, and a loaded sawed-off shotgun. The female now faces various weapons and illicit drug charges. Another similar type event is one of our patrol members on August 2nd was conducting proactive patrols here in the downtown and responded to a complaint of a male who had indicated that another male had pulled a knife on him at one of the shelters. As soon as we arrived, we were able to ensure the safety of the victim and locate the male suspect. During the search of that suspect, again, a large quantity of cash, large quantity of crystal methamphetamine, cocaine, and illegal pills. And that male faces various charges, including drugs and weapon charges. On August 6th, our patrol members were called to a serious car crash on the Causeway Bridge. I'll leave the details aside, other than 4 young people were found deceased in the vehicle. Sincere condolences to the family, friends of the 4 departed individuals. On August 14th, the same team who had responded the week earlier to this horrific crash were involved in one of the most violent offenses that I've seen in the 6 years that I've been here at Kodiak RCMP. They responded to a dispute between roommates, a typical call for service. One male was found to be the victim. He was secured by us, and when the suspect was advised that he was being placed under arrest, immediately began a struggle with our officers, leading to one of our officers being stabbed multiple times in the face, in the neck, and in the head. No one else was harmed during the incident. The male was arrested as in facing attempted murder charges, and our officer is still off work but is doing much better. Regarding the tactical traffic enforcement team, I know that it's pretty impressive when they come to our area and the amazing statistics that they are able to deliver. Again, this is a provincial team that comes roughly once a month in our area. Their responsibility is across New Brunswick. They came over 2 periods in July and in August, total of 7 days' work, and they had come during YQM. Specifically, and during another period, 7 days of work, 546 traffic tickets were issued by that team, and 70 unsafe vehicles removed from the road. And finally, for council, I just wanted to point out a specific investigation. This was in August, at the end of August, on the 27th. An individual in the Pointe-du-Chêne region, and the reason I bring it up, it's in the Shediac area, is that Kodiak RCMP members assisted with this throughout the investigation and during the arrest. The individual was arrested in possession of a retired police car, police uniforms, other equipment, and the individual was intending on committing criminal offenses while impersonating a police officer. So I can't thank the members of Southeast District RCMP and our crime reduction unit on the work that they did. So the 58-year-old man was charged and remains in custody with various weapons charges, threats charges, and conspiracy charges. The similarities compared to that in the incident of the mass casualty in Nova Scotia are frightening. These are the types of files that we put every resource on and every effort, and I can't thank our members enough for the work they did on that file. Merci, Madame la Mairesse.
Excusez-moi, merci, Surintendant Jolette. Conseiller Crossman.
Merci, la Mairesse. Superintendent, thank you for the presentation. I do have one question. I know we coined the phrase open-air drug use quite some time ago, and I know that you continue to provide updates to council. I guess out of your entire report that was sent through the city clerk's desk, and you highlighted it this evening, you talked about August the 2nd when patrol members went to a local shelter, I believe it was, 2 people fighting, and quantity of cash was found, crystal meth was found, cocaine, illegal pills, that's what I'm reading. What is the amount of time that our Kodiak RCMP are spending at the local shelters?
I don't have the exact time, but I think I've said this before, and it's roughly the same. Roughly 20% of our calls for service are related to social issues.
Okay, and these items that were found within the shelter system, is that within the building, right? They weren't found outside on the gentleman? Can you explain?
In that specific file, if my memory serves me right, it's during the search of the suspect, they were found on the person, so.
On the person?
He wasn't in the shelter.
Okay, that's what I was looking for clarity on.
Right.
Good. Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you.
Merci, Conseiller Crossman. Conseiller Butler.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Superintendent, for your presentation. First thing I'll ask is, how's the member doing that was involved with the stabbing? Is he doing okay?
Yeah, he's recovering. His life flashed before his eyes, as anybody, police officer or victim of a violent crime would, and he's trying to get back to work.
Well, let him know that we wish him the best for sure.
I will, thank you.
One of the things that you said in your report, it says that the first time for a small amount of drugs, it's not punishable, but when you encounter them, you try to get them help. Is that what you said?
Correct.
So when the first time that you have encounters with them, do the members keep track of that? Do they make a card? Is there some kind of a file that he's been given that chance before?
Yep, absolutely. So anytime we deal with anybody for a drug seizure, even if it's a tiny little personal use, there's a file that's tracked. And then when the members, if they do have an interaction with somebody else, we can check that. But what's the positive thing right now is our crime reduction unit. These are people that are not in uniform, that are out there. It doesn't take long to get to know who the regular people are who are doing these issues, so.
Yep, no, I agree. I guess my question is from reading your report, is that our members spend a lot of time regards to drug-related files. It seems like, we're talking about open-air drugs, the members are working on that. You see the seizures that they're making, all of that. So my question is that we only get, as a city, or as a tri-community, we only get 10% back rebate because of RCMP, you're supposed to be doing federal enforcement, so we get 10%. But it seems like that you're doing more than 10% of federal enforcement, because drugs is federal, it's not municipal. Is that correct?
It's actually all governments now, because it changed recently, is that charges can be laid under by the provincial prosecutors as well too. So it's not similar to what it used to be, but
still federal though too.
It is. It's a federal act, but charges can be laid on the provincial side as well too. But yes, we do a lot of that work. Our crime reduction unit works every day, whether it's that, but then there's a lot of things associated to that, the thefts, vehicle thefts, what have you. But yes, there is no shortage of work, unfortunately, and that's why we're going to keep on doing it.
I guess I'm looking at it from a taxpayer's point of view. We only get a 10% rebate, but at the same time, we're doing more than 10% of federal enforcement. At times when I read your report, I don't know at the end of the year, but I think that to our CAO, I would hope that maybe we would look and see at the end of the year, and I'm sure that the Kodiak RCMP can supply it, if how much are we doing as far as federal? Because if it is, then we should be getting our hold of our MP and other senior members of the RCMP in Ottawa and find out, and the Treasury Board, to see if maybe we should be getting them higher than a 10%. It seems like we're the ones in the province that are doing a lot of the work. We're traveling to Shediac, to Capelé. We're doing a lot of work. But if we're doing it, then maybe, and also it's like, and nothing against the members, they're doing a great job, and I'm really sorry about that guy getting stabbed, a member. But at the same time, we have a number of issues here that when it comes to the costing, and this is a good, fine way to get the costing down for us. I think that when we're paying into sick time and we're paying into admin, we're only getting 10% back, but we're paying into a 30 where everybody else is getting 30% rebate in this province except for us. And let's be fair, Kodiak has all the expertise and they need us. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Merci, conseiller Butler, conseiller Léger.
Merci, Madame la mairesse. Merci, surintendant. J'ai remarqué que la semaine dernière, vous avez émis un communiqué au niveau de, disons, l'utilisation de la drogue ouverte sur les rues.
Oui.
Et vous parlez que vous allez augmenter, disons, vos patrouilles. Mais une des choses que j'entends souvent de nos citoyens, c'est que, parce que tu disais que ces gens-là ne sont pas en uniforme. Mais ce qui nous est rapporté souvent, c'est que les gens qui sont en uniforme, vos officiers qui sont dans les patrouilles, souvent, c'est noté que lorsque il y a une observation de drogue, l'utilisation de drogue ouverte sur la rue, qu'ils n'arrêtent pas.
Yeah.
Ils s'en vont dans une direction peut-être opposée, que ce soit. Et c'est pas juste une fois, 2 fois, 3 fois. C'est quelque chose qui se répète. Puis malheureusement, ça donne pas une bonne impression au niveau du public. Puis j'aimerais savoir comment on peut faire pour changer au quotidien ce type de situation qui nous est rapporté régulièrement.
Donc, merci pour le point. C'est la première fois qu'on parle de ça. Donc, qu'est-ce qui serait essentiel, c'est si les membres du conseil reçoivent des commentaires de ce type, que c'est partagé avec nous. Parce que moi, c'est la première fois qu'on me dit ça. Parce que c'est un rôle pour tout le monde. Puis, tous nos policiers, peu importe s'ils portent l'uniforme ou pas, ça fait partie de leur tâche. Puis, mais selon mon rapport exactement, c'est des faits saillants spécifiques de qu'est-ce qui est arrivé. C'est que les policiers en uniforme, leur tâche, c'est 1 million de différents dossiers, répondre à des 911 trafic, combattre l'utilisation de la drogue en espace ouvert. Mais l'équipe de la réduction de la criminalité, ça fait partie de leur tâche spécifique. C'est pas, disons, une tâche sur le bord de leur bureau ou ce qu'ils font juste quand ils ont le temps, ils le font à tous les jours. Mais pour retourner à votre question, comme dans n'importe quelle situation où un citoyen a une plainte ou des problèmes avec quelque chose qu'il voit avec un employé public, c'est important de rapporter ça. Des points spécifiques, puis pas des anecdotes.
Okay, so since this is the first time that you've heard that maybe some people have witnessed
Several people.
And actually several people have, and they've witnessed RCMP officers there and yet not stopping. And that's frustrating because when you hear it over and over. So what would you then like them to do? So is there a specific number on the vehicle that the person who witnesses, for example, an open use of drugs on the street, on public property, and there seems to be an RCMP patrol there, in officer in uniform, but they haven't stopped, they haven't done any intervention. And by the way, I would like to maybe specify that I think sometimes what's happening is these are social issues, and I understand that. And I understand that, the use of drugs is going to happen. What isn't acceptable is that using drugs, whatever those drugs are, on our public streets, correct me if I'm wrong, it's against the law.
Right.
And so ideally would be some type of intervention where the individual perhaps is brought to a safe use area, such as ensemble, and have some type of intervention. And so what would you then like me to tell citizens who keep repeating these stories over and over? And after a while, I know they're real. So what do you need in terms of doing a follow-up? A number on the vehicle? What do you suggest that they do when they see this happening?
So there's a couple questions there. So the first one, absolutely. And everybody has my name, and I've been here for 6 years. I would love to hear about that because that's corrective action for anything. It's like if you go to Sobeys and you're not happy with the service from the staff, they have a name tag. You can speak to the manager. So I'm the manager of the Kodiak RCMP. I would love to hear about that. And that's why we have numbers on the vehicles as well too, so that it's transparent to residents because, of course, some people don't have a head on a swivel. Some of our members are fantastic and it's like they have radars for negative activity. Some of them drive a little bit more with blinders on. But that's what we need to do just to correct any kind of issue, to say, hey, did you know that this happened? That's the first thing. You brought up an interesting point of your next question where you said bringing people to ensemble. So there's no, obviously, and I know you weren't getting to this, but any kind of forced treatment or anything, we can only point people in the right direction. And unfortunately, The majority of the individuals who are consuming drugs want nothing to do with services that are available to them. There are some. There could definitely be more services available to individuals who are in the community, whether they're living rough or addicted to drugs. We can only point them in the right direction. But yeah, it's a difficult situation because you can do an arrest, a drug seizure on one street corner, and then 2 streets over, there's 9 people that are doing it as well too, that are disrupting the lives of that entire neighborhood. So we're going to keep working at it.
I appreciate that, and I think, what the general public is asking is that, the laws be followed, right? And they're not asking anything over and above what our fabric of our country's made of, and I think that's, what I'm echoing today. So glad to hear that, we can work together, and I look forward then to, to see how all of this will change. And if I may, one other question, because this is always I keep looking at this and I kind of wonder. I know that we, as a city council, we added a number of officers last year. I think it's 17, and I think what's quoted is to date you've hired about 7 new officers. But I'm just wondering on the reports that we get that are put out on the Kodiak Regional Policing Authority's website, every single month the property crime level remains roughly somewhere between 400 and 500 property crimes. And that's been consistent since March of 2024. That's the last data. And so I'm just going to leave you with that, but I'd like to know, is there a strategy or is there ever a time when we're going to see those dropping? It just seems like everything's the same, and I'm just curious. I mean, I would expect that somewhere there would be some changes, and maybe there's things that I'm missing. But when I see it over and over and over and over at the same, I'm just kind of wondering what is it that's driving this, and why is it that we can't see a reduction?
So, Councillor Deja, you opened the door, I'm going to walk right through it. So in 2024, when we had the external agency that did a review of everything that was Kodiak, there was 3 areas main areas that were an issue: communications, property crimes, persons crime, solvability rates. That's why we did our budget proposal for 2025, which included an HR moonshot plan for 3 years for 46 new members. 17 were approved for 2025. When the 3 councils approved that, the first thing that we did is enacted a full organizational restructure of what Kodiak Investigative Services are, and created a new property crime team and a new vulnerable person unit. Property crime is self-explanatory. Vulnerable person unit is domestic violence, sexual assault, missing persons, and any type of crime specifically to partner intimate relationships. Of the 17 new positions, last week we filled another 8. We're just waiting for some people to arrive. Some people are coming from other areas, whatever. But within the next 2 months, all these new positions will be filled and operations will begin. So I look very much forward to reporting to Moncton Council and the 3 councils in the CRPA of specifically that question of property crime rates, person crime rates, solvability. And I was the first to admit in 2024 that we could do much better. And this is a step in the right direction of doing that. And I'm excited to report back to Council.
Thank you.
Merci, conseiller Légère, et merci beaucoup, surintendant Jolette. Merci.
Merci. Bonne réunion.
Bonne soirée.
Our next item is an update on bylaw and fire services, and Conrad Landry, our fire chief, is here to provide us an update.
Bonsoir, Monsieur Landry.
Bonsoir. Good evening, Your Worship, member of council. So this is just our quarterly update on bylaw and fire. So just as a reminder of the structure under bylaw, so myself as a director, we have Natalie here to correct if I do some mistakes. Natalie's our coordinator. Charles Leblanc is our manager. He's on vacation this week, couldn't be here tonight. Marc L'Italien, which is our team lead. And then under Monsieur L'Italien, we have the three community officers. So one of them, they rotate between the three. So between the front desk and then two are doing parking tickets, and then the three rotate. Then there's the three bylaw officers that are Monday to Friday. They take the more complicated cases. And then we have, can't see under my picture there, but you have the four teams, so four supervisors, and they each have 3 members. So just as an update on that, we're almost done. As you obviously recall, we had converted from a contract to full-time city staff. So we're doing some more interviews next week. So we got about 3 or 4 positions left to be filled. As a reminder, of course, we are 24 since April 2020. We are 24 hours, 7 days a week. We do offer the uniform presence, and we're really encouraging our members to be city ambassadors, to go talk to business people, to the public, and to be that face to help them any issues that they may have. Our main goal is to enforce bylaws, of course. That's in their title. But a lot of the focus is on coordination of cleanup. We do have a contract with an outside agency to coordinate the cleanups as residents call us or send us a request. Just on a few stats, last time I had presented, council had asked, and I think it was a great idea to compare kind of up to date. So the last 2 columns are going to be up to August 31st, where we're at compared to last year. So again, unsightly premises, we're pretty much on the same level as last year. Waste collection, you see an increase, a huge increase. So that's, we did do a campaign, so our officers have really focused on cleaning up. So that's people that would have put their waste too early or left them or not the right waste, etc. So that's been an increase there. Flyer distribution about the same. Tall grass, pretty much the same. Amazingly, we had a dry summer, but the complaints are fairly similar, a little bit higher actually. Noise are fairly stable. Animal control, same thing, no major changes. Fire prevention, again, not a whole lot of differences. Minimum standards, those are like decks or your house, etc. Again, pretty stable. Wastewater, parks, questions and answer have decreased. So I'm hoping that's because our officers are communicating more with the public, so the public has less questions, but I mean, that's just a few months into to determine. So in the bylaw, the total, fairly stable total numbers up to date this year. Social issue, so here we see a significant, so the difference between social issue and encampment, so that would be a citizen that would call us that there's debris potentially caused by social people experiencing homelessness, versus encampment is where there's someone there, so it's someone sleeping there or someone hanging out in the park that may not be after hours, or etc. So you see a significant decrease in both. So we're still analyzing, but we think this is a good news story that the addition of 3 things is one is the Enviro team. The Enviro team is doing a phenomenal job. So they're concentrating on the sites downtown. And of course, they wouldn't deal necessarily with the encampment with people presence, but the cleanup. So we think that's a huge advantage. YRAD, so that's the reconnect going out to the teams. Our dispatch system will call YRAD at the same time as us. So they'll be able to diffuse or to offer the services either before us or at the same times as us. And then also the back of the hub, this homeless shelter on St. George, that fenced-in area is being used quite a bit. So for us, instead of having 20, 30, 40 calls throughout the city, it's only one area that we need to maintain. So we think that that reduction in call is because of those 3 reasons, but the numbers are fairly early. Needles are about the same. Shopping carts, a little bit more, about the same also. And cleanups, again, so they're fairly stable. So in kilograms, so far this year, 56,000 kilograms of debris, so a lot less than last year this time. Again, if you look at the two numbers, that would explain. So less calls. Enviro team reports their stat. So it just shows the great teamwork that we have. The parking use, so as you know, we're in a transition of converting all our meters and parking gates to a hotspot, to a digital. So because of that, those numbers are decreased a little bit. There's some meters that are broken to gates, so we don't want to invest a lot of money. We're doing the bare minimum. Also, because we're short staff as we're doing the transition, that kind of explains a little bit on the decreased number of tickets. So hence the reasoning for the lower unpaid. The higher percentage of unpaid, where because of the new software, is going to help us with the court system. And short of staff, it's a little harder to bring all these cases to court. So that explains those numbers. Again, ticket review, parking inquiries, because we given less tickets, those have decreased also. Traffic and parking, same thing. One thing that's interesting is the parking ban. So again, last year we had a pretty good winter, so a lot less complaints. And also we think that because of the great education that our communication department did, people are getting used to the alerts and they're not complaining as enough. They understand the system. So very excited about that those numbers seem to be down, but a couple of explanation for that. License and permit are fairly stable. Taxis are about the same. Taxi drivers about the same. Dog tags a little lower, but not a major number. Fire pits a little lower. Pawn shops are the same. They're portable signs and sidewalk cafes a little increase. So that's kind of a good news story also, that we've seen 3 extra cafes come up this year. These numbers in a chart form, again, 2024 is a whole year versus 2025 is just till March. So, but you see increasingly increases. So it's going to be interesting to see what the end of the year is going to bring us to compare to the previous years. And the same thing, this is total number of calls that bylaw did receive. So again, total in 2024 was 13,000, a little over. So far till the end of August, we're a little 7,500. Just changing quickly on the fire side, so the same idea. So if we look at alarms, so that's kind of a commercial or residential alarm. So about the same up to this year. Fires increased quite a bit. So if you look at that, so those that could be from a kitchen fire to a full structure fire, so those have increased quite a bit. Gas leaks about the same. Medical calls, so a lot of people thinking that all our calls, the increase of our calls are due to medical or to people experience homelessness or overdose. The numbers are showing that our medical calls are fairly stable. It is the fires that are increasing. Just a subcategory, see there, the overdose have actually decreased. So that's the overdose that we're called to. So from 559 to 470. Again, a lot of explanation for that. It's the shelters are doing their part, bylaws doing their part in administrating Narcan. So again, this is just what we're called to as the fire. Motor vehicle collision, just a little bit more, so about 50 more compared to last year. Public hazards, a little bit more. Public service, rescue quite a bit more. That's I think that there's a few things for that. As our team are specialized now for high angle, for water rescue. So I think that we're offering that service. And again, it was just one of those years. And just any other calls. So total calls so far were a little over 400 calls more than last year. So those numbers, and you see a lot of that is fires. So we are getting busier. That was my brief report. Open for questions or comments. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur Landry. Conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la maire. Merci beaucoup, Conrad. 3 questions. Première question. Moi, ça fait depuis 2010 que je revendique que nos agents communautaires deviennent des agents de la paix, peace officers. On a accueilli les 3 chefs de parti au Centre Avenir il y a 1 an à peu près, lors de la campagne électorale, et les 3 chefs de parti, y compris la éventuelle première ministre qu'on a maintenant, Susan Holt, avaient répondu à une de nos questions comme quoi ça faisait du sens, on va regarder ça, l'intention était favorable. 1 an plus tard, est-ce qu'on a quelque chose à rapporter à nos citoyens et nos citoyennes en leur rappelant que une promotion de statut d'agent communautaire à agent de la paix donne beaucoup plus de pouvoir. Je vais donner un exemple, mais si tu en as des meilleurs, tu l'ajouteras de ta réponse. Nos agents sont interdits d'entrer sur un terrain privé sans la permission du propriétaire. Ça fait qu'il faut téléphoner, puis s'il est occupé ou elle est occupée, il n'y a rien qu'on peut faire avec. Mais un agent de la paix aurait ce pouvoir-là. Je ne sais pas s'il y a des meilleurs exemples, mais un état de la situation, j'apprécierais.
Exactement. Je ne sais pas si que Jeff ou le gérant, je sais qu'il y a eu une lettre d'envoyer au ministre. Je ne sais pas s'il y a eu une mise à jour, peut-être.
Merci pour la question, conseiller Bourgeois. Je pense qu'une des étapes qu'on attendait, c'était que les agents deviennent des employés de la ville, qui s'est passé juste ce printemps. Et puis, après ça, on a envoyé une lettre au ministre provincial demandant considération. Alors, on attend la réponse du ministre provincial pour la reconnaissance avec toutes les étapes nécessaires pour être reconnus comme des agents de la paix.
Sous-question, merci. Sous-question, est-ce qu'on prévoit recevoir la réponse du ministre avant notre prochaine session budgétaire au mois de novembre?
Je pense que ça fait l'objectif d'une visite avec le ministre dans l'avenir rapproché pour faire un suivi sur cette lettre-là.
OK, parce que le Conseil doit get its head around la question du crime et du rôle que nos peace officers seraient capables de jouer. Ça pourrait avoir tout un impact sur nos délibérations budgétaires, surtout que le GRC, CRPA veut qu'on embauche encore plus de gendarmes à 2 fois le coût qu'un agent de la paix. S'il pouvait faire plus de travail, ça serait important de peut-être encourager le ministre à nous répondre avant notre session budgétaire. Merci beaucoup. Deuxième question. Je remarque que le nombre de cas par rapport au bruit qui a augmenté de moins de 300 en 2022 à 813 pendant les 8 premiers mois de l'année, quadruple quasiment, puis si la tendance se maintenait, on serait probablement à 1000 cas par rapport au bruit. 2 questions. Un, c'est quel est le pourcentage de ça qui a à faire avec AIM sur la Tooms et que si ce cas-là qui a été réglé probablement diminuerait ça. Et ma deuxième question, c'est il y a 2 ans à peu près, un nouvel arrêté est entré en jeu sur le bruit. Avant, c'était des heures de X à Y, 7 heures 11 heures du soir à 7 heures du matin ou quelque chose comme ça, mais maintenant, c'est une question de volume, puis si ça dérange, etc. Est-ce que ça fait une différence? Est-ce que ça explique ces chiffres-là?
Merci pour la question. Je pense que la première, oui, on avait un gros pourcentage de plaintes pour Ames. Ça, on va voir une diminution. C'est sûr que là, c'est le mois d'août. L'addition a été faite au mois d'août. Ça fait on verra peut-être ça d'ici à la fin de l'année. Puis, puis la deuxième, l'arrêté avait été écrit, c'est qu'on avait des fois des bruits durant le jour, quelqu'un qui joue de la musique très fort, puis on n'avait aucun outil à cause c'était juste après une telle heure. Donc, c'était une des raisons qu'on avait changé l'arrêté. Puis, il y a toujours la question des décibels, puis on va voir, est-ce qu'on peut avoir ça devient compliqué quand tu mets un montant. Par exemple, on a des plaintes des fois que on a un reader, là. Puis qu'est-ce qui arrive, c'est qu'on est en train de faire ça, puis le camion fait beaucoup moins de train que la tondeuse. Ça fait là, si qu'on appliquerait, si qu'on dirait que c'est un hard fast, que c'est une telle montant, il faudrait donner une étiquette pour la personne qui va utiliser sa tondeuse. Ensuite, c'est la calibration, puis ensuite, si ça se défend en cours, etc. C'est quelque chose qu'on regarde toujours à les autres municipalités. Il y a des telles municipalités qui avaient des minimums, puis les ont enlevés. Il y en a qui sont en train... C'est quelque chose qu'on regarde toujours. Comme qu'on se parle, ça nous donne plus de flexibilité du côté le jour, etc. C'est sûr que c'est un petit challenge quand on vient rencontrer l'individu, puis des gars, ça fait du bruit, mais c'est l'opinion d'un officier qui dit c'est un petit peu fort. C'est sûr que c'est des pépins. Je pense pas que ça a affecté nos numéros énormément, mais je pense que ta première Ames a sûrement affecté les numéros.
Parce que de mon expérience, je ne sais pas qu'est-ce que les autres conseillers, mais j'ai à peu près le même nombre de plaintes de citoyens et citoyennes qu'avant, lorsqu'on avait le vieux arrêté municipal. Ça vaudrait peut-être la peine, peut-être après 5 ans, là, de dire, OK, ça marche ou ça marche pas, ou si on n'a pas les fusils de calibration ou de mesure, faut peut-être changer de fusil d'épaule, je ne sais pas, mais je vous laisse ça à réfléchir avec votre expertise. Puis ma troisième et dernière question, c'est pour les feux. Si la tendance se maintient pour l'année, là, on va dépasser 10 000 cas en 2025.
Oui.
Est-ce qu'on a, question bête, mais peut-être que non, est-ce qu'on a une capacité où ce qu'on dit, OK, 5 stations avec tel nombre de camions, puis nombre de pompiers, pompières en poste en tout temps, on est capable de traiter de 10 000 cas, ou est-ce qu'on doit, avec l'étude que vous nous avez proposée une couple de mois passés, puis qu'on est en train de digérer, là, est-ce que ça devrait soulever des drapeaux rouges, ou vous êtes OK si on atteint 10 000?
Bien, je pense qu'on regarde les numéros, ça a augmenté à chaque année de beaucoup. C'est pas même, c'est deux numéros des 10%, etc. Donc, je pense que le plan MET tient ça en considération, puis c'est là ce que les recommandations. Je pense que on va vous emmener, lundi prochain, on va vous suggérer un échantillon de 3 ans de qu'est-ce qu'on propose pour l'implémentation d'une partie de ce plan-là. C'est sûr que les budgets, c'est là ce que ça va venir. Il y a des choses qu'on peut faire, comme là, l'embauche d'un agent de prévention, le gérant des agents de prévention. Son rôle, ça va être vraiment de faire de l'éducation, passer de diminuer ces appels-là. On aimerait d'aller à 0, mais on ne sait pas que c'est réaliste. Mais je pense que c'est sûr qu'il y a des temps qu'on a, on voit plus en plus quand il y a plusieurs appels en même temps, plusieurs feux en même temps, le système est là pour avoir de l'aide. On appelle Refugee et eux nous appellent aussi, donc on a cette entraide-là. Mais je pense que c'est le plan et une suggestion qu'il faut regarder sérieusement puis voir qu'est-ce que ça ressemble dans les prochains 10 ans. Mais je pense qu'il faut le prendre au sérieux.
On reprendra la discussion lorsqu'on aura votre aperçu de 3 ans. J'apprécie beaucoup. Merci, Monsieur le Gérant, Monsieur André.
Merci, conseiller Bourgeois. Conseiller Richard, allez-y.
Merci, Mme Astério. Merci pour le rapport, update. We had a hot summer. I don't know if you noticed. Thanks to all the members, thanks to you and your teams. I know Dieppe Riverview, I'm sure everybody was on there to help. Please thank everybody from us. This might be happening, I don't want to say more often, but it's there. What have we learned going forward? Do you have anything?
So thank you for the question. So like any major incident, we do an after-action report. So we do have some recommendations internally from a little bit of equipment and then some policy changes. I think that what we've learned is that we hadn't had a major forest fire in a while in the area. We learned that this will probably be the norm, unfortunately, in the future. I'm not saying next summer, but I think we need to be ready. So on that note, we did apply. The federal government has lots of money, not lots of money. They have
That's good to know.
They have money for wildland firefighting, so we applied for a grant there, and it looks really good that we're going to get the grant. And it's for a study specifically in our area for wildland firefighting. So the risk, how we can prevent it, and how we can fight it. So I'm just waiting for the news on that. So the team has looked at our equipment. There's some stuff that we need to buy, and there's stuff that we need to change how we fight fires. I think the major thing that we learned is the cooperation, collaboration between different agencies, from Department of Natural Resources to an EMO. And in this case, it was not in the city, it was close to the city, but it is our responsibility because we have a contract to cover the majority of Maple Hills. So I think the communication with the council at Maple Hills, I went there last Tuesday, and I'm going there tomorrow night at their council meeting. I want to increase the relationship with them to say, hey, listen, we are a contract, a major contributing, and how can we work together? So like every major incident, communication, and we learned that. So it went. No structures were damaged, no people were hurt, so that's the good news. The good news too is we had an opportunity to learn, and we did, and we're going to implement some stuff in the future.
You mentioned might need some different pieces of equipment. Was that already in the study and in the master plan that we is there anything that was there? There to help?
In the master plan, not specifically for wildland firefighting, and for people need to understand there's two types of profession: the wildland, trees on fire, and building or structure is a different profession. So we are experts in structure. Wildland, we are well trained in it, but it's not our expertise, so we need DNR to help them out. So the master plan didn't specifically talk about that. Part of the long-term planning, we know we need to replace our tankers, so that whenever we have forest fires, normally there's not a fire hydrant in the middle of the woods. So we're lucky Dieppe and Riverview have large tankers, but we need to look at that. So that's already in their regular, so we have a long-term plan for replacing our equipment. So as we're going to replace them, we're going to make sure that they have an increased capacity. The personal protective equipment was looked at. So did we have the right equipment for our firefighters? So some of it was maybe a little old because we hadn't had a few, so we're going to replenish that. Those are fairly minor in price-wise, meaning, but very important for the safety of our firefighters.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. The work in collaboration with DNR, how they supported you, or you were, I'm not going to say under their wings, but
100% we were under their wing.
Yeah?
That's how it works. They're really good at what they do. They're experts, professionalism. Again, I think there was, because there was New Brunswick EMO, DNR, there was us, there was a municipality of Maple Hills, we could have all done a better job in communication. But the collaboration between all the fire departments that came and helped and DNR was just amazing. And thank you for thanking the firefighters, because when I arrived there the first day, and at the end of the day, you saw them coming out, they were beat. They were just drained, and just the heat, you were without fighting. And it just gave me shivers at how great our firefighters are. So, and they worked there all week through that heat, and it's tough work, but they were proud of it. They felt part of the community, and we couldn't send them home. We said, you got to go home at 2 o'clock. We had a shift change. We wanted to send them home. They didn't want to go home. It's just the type of personnel that we have, so we're very proud of them.
no, absolutely. And I mean, it woke up a lot of people, residents from all around, the work that they were going through, like you said, the high heats and stuff. So, no, we were really impressed, and we're happy that they're there. I'll switch gears here. Parking.
Yes.
Is there any chance around the hospitals that we increase the time, or has that been looked at? Has that been?
Yes, so we did look at that. As soon as we're just finalizing the contract for the hotspot, the tender, and it's going to be so much easier because with hotspot, you go in the computer and we can go from 2 hours to 3 hours, versus right now, it's every meter has to be programmed and it's a lot more challenging. So we're hoping in the next few months that once we change 100% to hotspot, we'll be able to change that. And that's been pointed out because if I recall, I think you brought it up, is 2 hours to go in the hospital doesn't give you a whole lot of time, so.
Yeah, no,
So
some-
we're probably going to be increasing it.
And no disrespect to what's happening inside the hospital. They're crunched with time as well. So I mean, it's just to make it fair for the people that are.
We're on it.
Yeah. Appreciate it. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, merci.
Merci, conseiller Richard, conseiller Butler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Chief, for the presentation, and also pass my thanks along to the firefighters. It was amazing seeing them, even on their days off, they were going out there. So it's great to see that, the dedication. I don't know if this question is for you or maybe Mr. Preston or to our CAO, but we had, when it comes to peace officers, did we not have a consultant company come together? Did we not get them to put a package together so we could send this off to provincial government? That'll be my first question.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Butler. Yes, we did. We had some legal advice, and it was all prepped and sent off to the minister, I believe.
Do we have a time when that was sent away?
The letter was sent 2 weeks ago, I believe.
Okay, so my next question is, so the last time that we tried to get this done, it was when I was advised, because I brought this forward from Battleford, Saskatchewan, and a couple other places why we were going with this. It was at that time, the RCMP did not want, I was going to ask the superintendent, but I don't think it was his place to write and question why the RCMP. But I would like for somebody, maybe the CAO if he's listening, I guess not, maybe someone else can. Should I wait maybe for the CAO to listen, or you ready? Yep, no, it's all right, It's kind of an important thing, but we'll wait. I would like somebody from management to send a letter to the RCMP, J Division, to find out if they're going to support us for the peace officers or they're not, because last time they did not. So are we going to all of this trouble, and at the very end, we're going to get told no because the federal RCMP do not want peace officers in the city of Moncton? So I'm sure we're all aware that they weren't on side last time. So I just want to make sure that this time that they're on side. And I'd like it in writing that yes or no. It's a pretty simple question to answer. Yes, we are going to support you, or no, we're not. Do any of you know maybe the answer already, or?
No, we don't know the answer, but we will prepare a letter and send a letter out.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, Worship.
Merci, conseiller Butler. Conseiller Léger.
Merci, Madame la Mairesse. Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm just wondering, with respect to alarms, and I've asked this before, I think I asked it during your last update, because other municipalities have changed their approach where there are 1, 2, and 3 calls, and then there's a charge and so on. So where are we with that? And when we're looking at 1,133, I think it's 1,133 calls in 2024, and those are huge, and almost 800 to date. So where are we with that, and how do we move that forward? And if we haven't moved it forward, then I'll ask the question to the CAO.
Thank you, Councillor Leger. So we have a recommendation during the budget process for fees and charges to add a fee for a second, third alarm. So it will come during the budget process. So it is there. Yes.
Excellent. So does it then, therefore, has it always existed that we had the right to do this? We just have never moved it forward as a fee during budget time?
Correct. We do have the right to do it. I mean, legal is still kind of checking a few things, but we do have, according to the legal that I got, we do have the right. We just need to get it approved by council.
So why do we have to wait for budget? Why couldn't we have introduced that 3 months ago and be collecting some revenue? Not that I want to collect the revenue. I'd rather not see the fire truck go down, you know. In my case, I see them on St. George Boulevard going down towards the industrial park, and, you know, I mean, I'm sure that there are some legitimate calls, but there are some false alarms. And so is there a particular reason, or do we have to wait for budget time? That's the only time that we can change fees and services?
So maybe I'll redirect to the CFO, but I think that we historically bring fees and charges once a year to council, unless directed otherwise.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, to members of council. Currently we do have, related to fees and charges, we have 2 bylaws, I believe. One is for the planning area, and the other one is for the rest of the city. So currently, we do that exercise once per year. To be able to update one on the fly, we would need to check, but we can get back and provide that information to council.
I'd appreciate that. It would have been nice to know that 6 months ago or whenever it was. I mean, you know, we've lost revenue and lost the opportunity to enact that. So at least I look forward to it coming up in November. And maybe in the future, when there are some things that are subject to only being approved once a year, maybe some clarity. At least I wasn't aware of that, so I guess my expectation was that we would move forward with it sooner. But in any event, November is only 2 months away, so I guess we won't belabor the point. Thank you. Merci.
Sorry about that. There are no other questions, no? Donc, merci beaucoup, Monsieur Landry.
Merci.
Madame la greffière.
Yes, next are planning matters, the question d'urbanisme, and the first up this evening is a public hearing for 136 Highland View Road. There have been support for the project and objections that have been received, and I see that Sarah is here to provide an update.
Merci, Sarah. If you allow me, I would like to just to explain to the public how we're going to proceed with the public hearing. Donc, I'm assuming that most of you who are here this evening are here for Highland View and Acorn Terrace, so welcome. This is how we will proceed. Sarah, our staff, will give an overview of both of these projects. And staff will also make the recommendations, present the recommendations. And then we will allow the applicants, they will have an opportunity to speak. That's correct, Sarah? And then for those of you who have registered to speak, our city clerk will call you. We do have a list of names, and we ask that you will have 5 minutes. And then we ask that you not repeat, make sure that we do get other perspectives on this so that we can have different points of views. And then the applicant will be asked to address the concerns that have been shared by the citizens, and then I will close the public hearing and allow council to debate, and then we will go to the recommendations. Donc, bienvenue, welcome everyone. Merci. Go ahead, Sarah.
All right. Okay, so this is an application to amend the permitted uses in the NC, or Neighborhood Convenience Zone, to permit residential dwellings on and below the main floor. This will accommodate the development of a mixed-use building containing 24 residential units and some commercial space at grade. So the subject property is located in the eastern part of the city, and this is in Ward 1. The property is located south of Shediac Road with the Veterans Highway, or Highway 15, bordering the south side of the lot. Surrounding properties are mainly R2 or 2-unit dwelling with a daycare to the west that is in purple and that's zoned R3. The subject property is currently zoned NC, or neighborhood convenience. So the NC zone permits mixed-use buildings with commercial on the main floor and residential above. However, because it's intended to prioritize that local convenience and services for neighborhoods, it only actually permits residential uses above the main floor as a secondary use. The intent of that NC zone is to provide a neighborhood amenity that's walkable and contributes to the neighborhood. It helps toward meeting the goal of creating a complete community where residents can meet some of their needs without having to get in their vehicles and drive somewhere else. In this case, the applicants are proposing to provide commercial uses along the full front side of the building on the ground floor, which, as I mentioned, is already permitted in the bylaw. But they have requested to be permitted to provide residential units within the back half of the main floor. And additionally, given the grades of the lot, there is a walkout sort of lower level at the back of the building that could also accommodate residential units. And so because that NC zone only permits residential uses above the main floor, the applicants are requesting to amend the permitted uses in the NC zone on the subject lot to permit residential uses both on the main floor and below the main floor. So this is the site plan. The proposal is for a 3.5-story mixed-use building with 24 units at the corner of Highland View Road and Kenmore Drive. The building is located close to the sidewalk with parking lot at the back. All commercial units have front doors facing Highland View Road. A direct pedestrian and barrier-free pathway is provided on the east side of the lot from the rear surface area to the front of the building. The primary access for the residential units will be from the side entrance facing Kenmore Drive on the western side of the lot, as well as a direct connection from the rear surface parking area at the back of the building. So given the grades of the land, the front of the building will be 3 stories in height, while the back of the building will be 3.5 stories in height due to that sort of walkout style lower level at the back. So this is the floor plan for the lower level, the walkout basement, where you can see that only the back half of the building is habitable. This is the main floor plan with the commercial along the entire front of the building, and then the proposed residential units along the back half of that main floor. And then this is the floor plan for the second and third stories of the building. They would be purely residential units. So these are some renderings of the proposed development. The building will contain approximately 199 square meters of commercial space on the ground floor, as I mentioned, facing Highland View Road, and then the 24 residential units spread among all the floors. The intent for the commercial spaces is to have possibly a cafe or a tap room, a personal service like a hairdresser or a nail salon, perhaps a business space or an office. This would all be pending confirmed tenants. And these are a few more renderings with the site plan for context. Highland View Road is a collector road with sidewalks on both sides in this location. So the property is designated NH, neighborhood, in the municipal plan. This designation supports completing and creating great neighborhoods. Through this designation, Council recognizes that neighborhoods are unique, but they have common objectives such as providing for a variety and an affordable range of housing choices in the community. Objectives and policies also support the development of neighborhood nodes that integrate small-scale convenience needs and services at appropriate locations. The proposed development does meet the intent of the municipal plan. As noted, the current zoning on the property allows for mixed-use buildings with the goal of providing neighborhood services and amenities within neighborhoods, but it only permits residential above that ground floor as a secondary use. The proposed text amendment, if approved, would permit residential units in the back half of the main floor and in the lower back half of the building below the main floor. This application was presented to the Planning Advisory Committee on August 27th for their written views. At that meeting, the Planning Advisory Committee voted unanimously to recommend that City Council approve the proposed amendment application, subject to a resolution with conditions. So in terms of a recommendation, it is that Moncton City Council approve the proposed zoning bylaw amendment, subject to a resolution with a number of conditions that are included in the package. In terms of community feedback, we did receive 9 letters regarding this application. One was a letter of support. That letter supported the support noted that the proposal will provide housing and it will help to ease some of the residential pressures in the city today. 8 letters of objection were also submitted, and the main points of objection that were noted include traffic, delivery vehicles, and safety concerns, safety for surrounding families, change to the neighborhood character, lack of privacy, impact on property values, not enough parking and disrupting the residential feel, and undesirable commercial component. So in terms of a response regarding the concerns regarding the change to the character and the impact on property values or the undesirable commercial component, an email was circulated to everyone who objected to clarify that the lot was already zoned NC, and it has been since at least 1980. It was clarified that that NC zone already permits commercial uses on the main floor, and it permits multiple unit dwelling as part of the development, provided that the residential units are located above that main floor. As these uses are permitted as of right, or they are permitted now, this particular application is only to decide whether residential units can be located on the main floor as well as the lower level below the main floor. In terms of the other concerns that were noted, to address the concern about privacy, balconies have only been located at the front of the building, not on the sides of the building, and that's to help provide more privacy for abutting residential properties. To address the concerns regarding traffic, the engineering department did provide a number of statements, and I'll go over those. The trip generation statement indicates that the proposed development is expected to generate 18 morning peak hour trips and 22 afternoon peak hour trips. This is approximately 1 vehicle every 3 minutes just during those peak hours of the morning and afternoon. As such, the development is not expected to have a noticeable impact on traffic operations or road safety on the street. In terms of traffic calming, a traffic calming assessment of Highland View Road was completed this year. The section from Glenmore to Kenmore and from Kenmore to Macaulay qualified for traffic calming measures as per our policy, with a score of 44 points and 33 points respectively. Later this year, the engineering department will review all qualifying streets analyzed in 2024 and 2025 to select, to plan, and then to design the traffic calming projects for the 2026 construction season. Since Highland View is a long street, the focus would be more on the western section of the street, which is showing higher speeds. It should also be noted that the city does have a growing list of streets that qualify for traffic calming measure installation and several more that are still pending analysis. So prioritization will be established by points awarded in the traffic calming analysis and other factors such as available budget and planned road upgrades. In terms of concerns related to traffic specific to the commercial use, the proposed commercial space on the ground floor is not expected to be a major generator, as the intent is that it be primarily used for people in the neighborhood. Ideally, residents will be able to walk or cycle here instead of having to drive. Delivery trucks will not be large trucks, given the smaller sizes of the commercial units that are proposed. And then depending on the use, deliveries may only happen once or twice a week, so it's not like it would be something that would be happening every day. One of the variances being sought with the application is to reduce the required parking from 26 to 20. To compensate for this, the landowners are providing secure indoor bicycle parking for tenants. There are bike racks outside for clients and visitors. Additionally, public transit runs bus number 63 directly in front of the subject lot. Again, as noted, the commercial uses will likely be used by residents in the greater neighborhood, which would not necessarily draw many vehicles from outside of the neighborhood to this location. And then additionally, on-street parking is permitted in this location. Highland View Road is a wide road. It's wide enough to accommodate parking on one side and two-way traffic at the same time. If there are parking issues, however, a parking restriction can be put in place if needed. That being said, though, on-street parking often helps to provide traffic calming by reducing driving lane width and resulting in vehicles slowing down. And with that is the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer questions.
Merci beaucoup, Sarah. Est-ce que le demandeur ou le développeur, est-ce qu'ils sont ici ce soir?
Oui.
Est-ce qu'ils ou elles veulent parler du projet?
Non, il veut juste répondre aux questions.
C'est beau. Donc, je vais demander à Madame la greffière d'inviter les gens qui veulent parler.
Are there any proponents here for this project that would like to speak? Seeing none. I have 4 objections. Yes? Oh. Okay. Okay. Objectors, we have 4 that have requested to speak. Megan Peltier Peltley is the first one. Is Megan here? Megan Peltley. She is not here. Next is Chantal Gauvin. Donald Poirier.
I'm just going to help him with the hearing.
She'll be my ears because I'm waiting for my
Bonsoir.
hearing aids. As for the Madam Mayor, members of council, friends and neighbors, we oppose this construction. We live just 4 houses from where that project's supposed to take place. It looks as if it's already in movement. I don't think we can stop it, but I just want to give my concern and a few questions. What I would like to know is what's the long-term plan for Highland View Road, if there is one, and can we, as residents, have access to that plan? Because when we built there in 2018, all we saw is single-family home, duplexes, semi-detached. We built there, we thought it was a great place to be. And all of a sudden, you want to build some apartment buildings. And that's what we're opposed. I'm going to ask you, anybody here, the question, if such a project was being built next to your home, would you allow it? And for us, it's a no. We're going to lose. What I'd like to say is, if you allowed that project to go forward, then it's a matter of time that they're going to build some more and some more and some more. It's going to become Gauvin Road on the mountain side. And it's going to reduce the value of our property and a whole bunch of things.
I'm concerned about the promises she just kept, she kept making about, we hope that there won't be deliveries, we hope, we expect. How can you promise all these things to us? You don't even know who the retail space is going to be rented out to. You never know. We heard talks about a brewery. I don't want a brew in my neighborhood. I run 3-4 times a week on that road. And by the way, halfway through, there is no sidewalks on either side. So you are increasing traffic. You're telling me you're going to park sides across the road on each side and telling me it's now safe for us to walk and run, having a 2-way pedestrian traffic. I'm already fearful of running as it is on our city streets, including our sidewalks. People almost hit me all the time. I thought it was good to stay on my side of my street, but you're telling me now you're going to increase motor pedestrians, and we don't need a cafe shop. If we do, we get in our vehicles or we walk and we go where it's needed to the central parts of town, not in residential neighborhoods. That's where we stay. That's where we want our peace, our privacy. I don't want a 3-foot story apartment building overlooking me when I'm tanning in my backyard. And I'm sure you wouldn't either, whether you're playing in the pool with your children. That's not what you want, someone peeping into you. Whether there's balconies or not, there are windows. People can see. I just feel like it's promises and we care, but it's not really you don't care because you've already put this in motion. You're telling us now, we've all got the same copy of the email, the generic email that tells us basically what I feel is your opinion doesn't really matter. This decision is already made. We're just basically here to say we want to put some additional residents on the bottom, and that's what we're approving here today. It's not really what we residents care and what matters, our opinions. That's what it feels like, honestly. And maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I'm getting the vibe.
Yeah, just a couple more things. To have this meeting at 4 p.m. on a Monday, I'm not familiar with your rules. Is that the rule usually? Because people would like to be here and they're still at work.
Actually, our public meetings are always at 4 o'clock on Mondays.
Okay, all right, I accept that. And that's it. I think,
And it was not appreciated, the late notice, as she said, Sarah,
Yeah.
August 27th, and you had until the 11th to make some kind of decision. We actually went out and walked to our neighbors, took the time, and spoke to everyone to make sure that they were aware, because we were not provided sufficient time, if you ask us.
I was talking to a guy from Riverview who, he's a lawyer, and they're going through the same thing as us. And they had months. They got together, they planned, they had meetings, the neighbors. We had 2-3 weeks. And I wonder if that was intentional or, so anyway, I'll leave it at that. You know, we're opposed to the project.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for allowing us to speak.
Merci. Staff will answer your concerns after, so we'll hear everyone and then staff will answer.
The final presenter is Isabelle Forêt.
Madame la mairesse, conseiller, conseillère, bonsoir. My name is Isabel Forrest. I've been a resident of the Wynwood Drive area for the last 25 years. For your information, I think you already know, but Wynwood Drive is a street parallel to Highland View to the north. I'm here today to speak against the development proposed for 136 Highland View Road. The development suggests that there's 24 residence units and 199 square meters of grade commercial space. I do have some concerns. I know that the property is zoned neighborhood convenience, allowing for commercial space on the main level, but regardless of the zoning, this is still a residential family neighborhood with a lot of families, a lot of children, and a lot of pets. With the recent developments of the 2 large apartment buildings on the east side of Island View Road, there's an increase in traffic. In the traffic load around Widwood, Kenmore, Castle, and Red Pine Drives, as well as Silverwood Crescent and Island View Road. I have concerns on how the traffic is going to be managed. There's no sidewalks on most of these streets, and the residents they walk their dogs, and their children walk to the park, the school, and the community center, and they play in the street. There's also an increase in car traveling at high speeds in those areas, and there are no traffic lights on the intersection of Kenmore Drive and Shediac Road, causing an important delays for cars that are turning onto Shediac Road from Kenmore Drive, especially during rush hours. I believe the situation is contrary to the 4th bullet on page 11 of your notice, stating that the development contributes to an attractive and pedestrian-oriented development. The recommendation number 4 on your notice states that the buffer will be permitted to be reduced from 4 meters to 3. This buffer was created for mitigation of the noise in the Veterans Memorial Highway directly to the south of Highland View Road. It's a great concern that the noise of the highway will increase significantly in the neighborhood if the buffer is reduced. The recommendation number 5 on the notice states that the number of surface parking spaces is permitted to be reduced from 29 spaces, not 26, I think it says 29 on the document, to 20 spaces. Considering the development is to have 24 apartments, plus at least 3 commercial spaces on the ground floor, there will definitely be a lack of parking spaces. The overflow on the streets is really not acceptable, as she mentioned. It's dangerous, and this will add to the traffic congestion in the area and increase the danger for pedestrians. And you're talking about walking and biking. That's fine and dandy in the summertime for young people that can't do that. There is older people in that neighborhood. They can't walk and they can't bicycle. And what are people going to do in the wintertime as well? The recommendation number 7 on the notice states that future commercial uses such as cafes, restaurants, and breweries will be permitted. Since the area is a family neighborhood and it's not a place for commercial development, and specifically not breweries. There's not enough parking for commercial use. This will increase street traffic and will increase street traffic and traffic in the area, thus increasing the likelihood of accidents with pedestrians. There's absolutely no place for breweries in a family neighborhood, especially considering there's a childcare center directly across the street. There are schools and a community center. Once commercial developments are accepted, there'll be more. Thus, our neighborhood will welcome a commercial neighborhood as opposed to a family one. This will decrease the value of our current properties, and residents are concerned. I would like to see the word breweries removed from the recommendation. Thank you for your consideration, and please do not forget our children playing in our neighborhood.
Thank you, merci. Madame la greffière.
That is all, Your Worship, for who wishes to speak. Are there anybody else in the audience that would like to speak to one of the objections?
If not, Sarah, could you address the concerns that were expressed?
Sure. I think I wrote them all down, so please let me know if I haven't. But the first question was, what is the long-term plan for Highland View Road? And can you access it? So there's the zoning bylaw, and it is accessible on the website. You can go in and see what the current zones are for all the properties in the city. We actually have an interactive one so that you can click on a property and you can see what the permitted uses are on every property in every zone, just so that you can at least see what the zoning is right now. Also should let you know that we are in the process of doing a municipal plan review. And so that means in terms of our municipal plan, which is the overall vision and the goals for what kind of a city we want to live in. And that dictates, and in there we have the policies that I spoke about having neighborhood nodes and conveniences in neighborhoods. That document is currently being reviewed right now. It's a couple-year process, but there are several opportunities for public to get involved and to provide input and what kind of a city you want to live in, or if you have specific concerns. So I would certainly encourage, if you had any comments like that, you can definitely take part and participate in that process. So hopefully that answered that question. You mentioned something that it would be precedent setting. So two things on that. Any rezoning application is project specific. So the applicant needs to say what they want to do, what it's going to look like, how many units, or all of the things, and the rezoning project is what stands on its own for whether or not a lot is to be rezoned. In terms of if anybody wants to rezone property, they have to go through this process, so the public would be made aware. So in terms of precedent setting, any changes to your neighborhood specifically, you would be made aware of that through a similar process to this. The other question was, who will be in the commercial? At this time, we don't really know. The units aren't very deep because you've got, the lot itself isn't a giant lot. Half of it is parking and half of it is building, and even half of the building is on that main floor is proposed to be residential. So the units, the commercial in the front, aren't proposed to be very big units. So I wouldn't expect, large commercial uses to be in those spaces. In terms of the comment about the decision being already made, in terms of the NC zone, that zone is legally already on the lot. It is not a decision that anybody is making right now. That just is the landowners have the right to develop, just as anybody else with any lot has the right to develop as per what the zone is on their property. So it's not something that can be legally decided tonight as to whether or not they can have a commercial use. The only question that we're legally able to determine tonight is whether or not they can have residential on the main floor or the under the main floor. So that was for that. In terms of the timeline, I'm not sure exactly what what was happening in Riverview, that there were months, but we have a Community Planning Act, and the Community Planning Act determines that when an application gets presented to council, it has to be brought forward for a public hearing within 21 to 30 days of that introduction. So the idea there is to give some time, but the more time, I'm assuming, I don't work on the act, so I don't really know, but I'm assuming it means the more time that is given, possibly people forget, people have busy lives, and so 21 to 30 days is the window that we have to operate and do these processes. In terms of the sidewalk, I may ask engineering at the end. Okay. The only other thing that I wanted to mention was about the buffer at the back. So the reduction in the buffer is actually directly behind the building. The requirement is to have 4 meters of landscaping, and they're providing 4.3 meters at the back of the building. Then there's the parking lot. The berm itself that's kind of behind the lot, that's owned by the Department of Transportation. That is not being impacted at all. So the trees and the vegetation that are in that berm area closer to the highway, that is staying. That's not owned by the property owners, the applicants. The reduction that is from 4 to 3 is actually on the eastern side of the property. So the reason for that is because the property lines are kind of a little bit skewed to a degree, and so in order for the building to face straight towards the street, the front corner of the building is reduced by 1 meter, but as you go further back on the lot, that setback actually gets to almost 5 meters at the back of the building. So, and in that area, there will be a fence and trees and shrubs along that side as well. So in terms of the noise from the highway, that will actually be probably more buffered once the building is built, because that would help to block some of the sounds from the highway better than what's happening now. And then, like I said, there will be trees and fencing on the sides. And that is all that I had, other than the question on the sidewalk or the concerns about the sidewalk. So I'll let Renee speak to it.
Bonsoir, René.
Bonsoir, good afternoon or good evening, members of council and members of the general public. My name is René Lagacé. I'm the Director of Engineering, so I'll talk about the fun stuff, the traffic and the sidewalks and the on-street parking. So I heard a concern about the sidewalk presence or a lack of thereof. Highland View Road is a collector street, and our standard and our policy is to have at least sidewalk on one side for that type of street. And we recognize there are gaps in the city, and we're working towards filling those gaps. One example would be just this summer, you probably noticed that we did a sidewalk extension on Highland View Road between McCauley to Savannah, I believe, so heading, I guess, east of development near the new apartment complex. And we recognize there's a lack of sidewalk or a gap on the western section of Highland View, so that's been added to our plans. Timing of when that sidewalk would be installed is depending on budget and, well, mainly on budget and other priorities, but it has been identified as a gap. I heard something about high speeds. As Sarah mentioned, we do have a traffic calming policy, and we did analyze Highland View Road, and the section between Glenmore and McCauley does qualify for traffic calming. So that would be certain measures you've probably seen on other streets, such as Pleasant Street, Purdy Avenue, where there would be speed bumps, driver feedback sign, and things like that. However, I do have to mention that we have a lot of streets that do qualify for traffic calming, more than what our current budget can afford. So there'll be a priority list presented to council this fall for next season. No promise that it can be installed next year, but I will be part of the debate in how we can manage all the requests for traffic calming. If it's not installed in 2026, it will remain on that list until such time that we can fit it in our budget. So the good news is that it does qualify for traffic calming. Heard something about Kenmore at Shediac traffic signal. So we do have a team of transportation engineers that look at warrant analysis for traffic signals. And so as our community grows, as you know, we're a growing community. There are certain intersections that warrant traffic signals. So that is something, a particular intersection that we can look at. We do follow national standards. It's called a TAC, Transport Association of Canada, and basically it's a national standard that looks at where traffic signals should be warranted. So it's something we can definitely add to our list if the analysis has already been done, because we do have quite a lot of those to look at. On-street parking, an increase of danger to pedestrians. As you all know, we do have a lot of on-street parking available for the public, and also on-street parking restrictions. So typically, the on-street parking restrictions would be if there are operational issues. Usually, it's the fact that the street is too narrow to allow on-street parking, and then we're concerned with especially snow plowing operations in the winter, or if there are sightline issues like roads with curvatures and things like that. So there are certain reasons why we would want on-street parking restrictions. If not, we try to allow on-street parking on the street. It offers an opportunity for residents to park on the street or have their visitors park on the street. And as Sarah mentioned, it also provides some sort of traffic calming effect when you have cars parked on the street. The opposite, we've seen it on roads that are wide that do not allow on-street parking, and the speeds tend to increase. So that is something that we want to be mindful of, is a wide street without parked cars does have a tendency to increase speeds. There's also some concern about traffic load, how do we manage traffic and things like that. There's no hiding it. Any development will add a bit of traffic to our streets, and that's the case with every subdivision phase. As you look at Highland View, when it was first built, it wasn't the stretch that it is now. Every phase of that subdivision did add traffic on that street. What we look at engineering is the traffic impact study, and to see if it warrants a certain improvement. And in this case, when we look at the traffic volumes and what's on Highland View and the impact or the projected traffic from this development, it just doesn't trigger that. And that's why we're not recommending any improvements other than the traffic calming measures that we just spoke about. That is it for me for now. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, René. Do the developers or the applicants want to share any information? No. So, and there are no other speakers. I'm correct. Is that correct? No? C'est beau. So I will close the public hearing and allow...
You need council to ask questions.
Oui. Okay. And I will now allow council to deliberate. Donc, messieurs et madame les conseillers. Conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci, Madame la maire. Merci aux développeurs et aux personnes qui se sont présentées. J'ai quelques questions, Sarah, si vous pouvez. Qu'est-ce qui arrive si on ne rezone pas tel que recommandé? Est-ce que, j'essaie de faire un estimé, là, le lot pourrait être subdivisé en 3 lots avec 4 unités par lot, donc ça serait 12 unités?
I'm going to answer in English because it'll be easier for me. I honestly, I didn't look at how big the lot is. Right now, I guess if the request is denied, they could still go forward with the same building, but they would have to have commercial covering the entire main floor of the building. That would be the only difference. I suspect the lot could probably be divided into at least 2, maybe 3 lots. Like I said, I'm not exactly sure on the length of the frontage, but then each lot would have to have commercial on the main floor and residential above, because again, you can't have residential on the main floor in this zone.
Right, so same building with, yeah, I'll get to the commercial in a second. I think I got 4 questions. One, if it's rezoned, there's a tiny street to the west of that lot. What happens to it's like a dead end. It doesn't go anywhere because the highway is just south of that. So is there any way to make a park or something else out of it?
That street was looked at. The house on the other side of that street, actually their driveway comes off of that little street stub. And so that would have to be, unless they moved their driveway, that would have to be maintained.
Okay. Are there any other apartment buildings within a couple of blocks from this lot? It doesn't seem to it seems like just single or maybe duplexes, but nothing major within 2 or 3 blocks. Am I right?
2 or 3 blocks to the west, 2 or 3 blocks, there are a number of townhouses, and then a little bit further east again, there are 2 large apartment buildings.
No. It's a ways down. Okay. One of the questions that was asked is, can we as council restrict the usage to a dépanneur or a daycare or something more family neighborhoodsy rather than breweries or something like that? Do we have any discretion here?
Yes, to some degree. The zoning bylaw does have certain uses that are permitted in that zone. The uses that were noted in the conditions are conditional uses in the zoning bylaw. So if they were to go forward without having to get this special approval, they would be required to go to the Planning Advisory Committee. Those are approved uses, but special conditions may be applied. And so things like the brewery, and I can't remember exactly what else, but so yes, I mean, at the end of the day, you could remove brewery, if, for example, if that was one of the main points.
But I don't know what the complete list is, so I agree with the people that brewery quite doesn't fit there. But let's say there are 25 other things that could go that would disrupt the neighborhood, if you wish. What is our discretion here? Can we say it can only serve for daycare, for dépanneur, what's a dépanneur? Corner store, or that kind of small-scale commercial venture? Can we limit, since the building is going to be built anyway, but can we limit the commercial aspect?
Through this application, yes. Certain things, for example, daycares, they typically trigger a lot more parking than potentially, a cafe or something like that. So I would maybe be cautious of what you would only allow or not allow, but there is a little bit of discretion here in terms of what.
Yeah, and I don't want to go through the list and say, well, this is yes, this is no, because we'll never end this discussion on amendments. But if it can be sort of, as long as it's family purpose, family neighborhood purpose.
We'd have to probably define that.
Yeah. Oh, gosh. Okay. All right. That's it. Merci. Merci, Madame la Maire.
Merci beaucoup. In my enthusiasm, I closed the public meeting, and I apologize, it's not quite closed yet. So are there any other questions to the proponents or to our staff from council? Conseiller Léger.
Merci, Madame la Ministre. Thanks, Sarah, for, I guess, that partial answer. I'm just trying to understand, because this is one of the first ones I've seen that seems like the way it was rezoned, part of the municipal plan in all likelihood, is to create what we've often talked about as those nodes in the community. So, if you go to Quebec City, which I do fairly often, and every little neighborhood seems to have an area where, there is a small grocery store, there's a small, different services available in the neighborhood. And so I was pretty enthusiastic to see this and say, this is a step in the right direction, because this is the first time, and I would have liked to have seen a lot more of this, like in the North End, for example, right? However, I do understand the concerns of residents with respect to, what services are required for the neighborhood. And shouldn't we have that more defined? If we really feel that, to me, there should be a list of services that we're looking for. I mean, whether it's a corner store, whether it's a small pharmacy, and so on. It could be a small cafe. I mean, a tap room, it sort of throws that, in the mix. Now, it seems to me that what you're suggesting is, even if we were to want to limit it, first of all, we would have to see a list, and we really would have to go through it, because it wouldn't come back to council. It would likely go to the Planning Advisory Committee, and they would set conditions. Well, that doesn't really help us here, because that's the authority that's been given to the Planning Advisory Committee. So, I'm sort of wondering what could be the next steps in terms of making sure that this is a success with respect to commercial development if we move forward with this. I understand the concerns of residents with respect to the size of the building and what it's going to do. And the flip side on this is we have a chance to control a development that might look much better than what could possibly show up under being already allowed because of the zoning that's currently there. So, does this require a pause where we have some clarity and we add clarity to that commercial use before moving forward with this application? I want to do it right.
Sure. So that list does exist. It is in the zoning bylaw. I just don't have it. We don't work with the NC zone very often, so I just don't have off the top of my head all of the permitted uses. It does permit, retail, it permits office, it permits personal service. It doesn't permit things like drive-throughs or, auto body shops, that type of thing. It doesn't permit that. When I mentioned the conditional use, that would be things like a brewery. So like I said, that would be, if they chose to put a brewery in, it would have to go to the Planning Advisory Committee. However, the condition that is recommended in this rezoning essentially notes that notwithstanding that conditional use, if this gets approved, those three items that were listed would be permitted. So they wouldn't have to go to the PAC. The approval of this amendment would approve those, essentially. The conditions that could be applied would be things like screening or, making sure that is there public transit nearby or, that type of thing. Those would be the things that we would look at if this were to go to the Planning Advisory Committee. And so any conditions associated with those, that's what would be imposed, I guess.
But it really doesn't help us out in terms of being able to limit what we feel should be acceptable to residents in that neighborhood. So, is it worth a pause? It's not that I want to necessarily end a public hearing, but I'm wondering, we'd just like to do this right. And
Yeah. I guess it is recommended that, or possibly to remove condition number 6. 7. That it is 6 in this, that future commercial uses such as cafes, restaurants, and breweries are permitted. So that line could be removed, and then because those would be the ones that would require commercial, conditional use, everything else would be as of right. Anything else that they would want to do would be in the zoning bylaw, and they would have the right to do that, as any other neighborhood convenience zone would allow.
Okay, so if we were to remove that, and then, so this would allow a convenience store, would it allow a small drugstore, would it allow things like that? In other words, it would be I just want some reassurance that this is going to be less controversial, and usually if you see a list, you can look at it and we can agree. I would certainly support removing this piece. I think that's what I'm hearing as well from the neighborhood.
It does mean, a coffee shop would not be permitted. Coffee shops don't tend to have a lot of impact on neighborhoods. So by removing this, that would not be a permitted use. Breweries, certainly, or restaurants, again, you may have a small noodle shop or something to that effect that then would no longer be permitted.
Elaine, did you wish to speak on this?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just wanted to add that you could partially also modify the item 6 under the recommendation to only remove the brewery or only remove the cafe. Because as Sarah explained, those are items that would not currently be permitted. We're just allowing it now. So you could choose to do that. we were trying to pull up what is actually allowed under neighborhood convenience under the zoning bylaw. I don't know if we have it just yet, but we can get back to you on that.
Guess I'd like to know before I make the decision, but certainly I think removing breweries is probably the first one. I mean, I'm not opposed to a small cafe. Perhaps residents are. I don't know their feeling in terms of any commercial aspect. I mean, really, it's trying to create services for the neighborhood. It's not trying to change. It's really complementary a lot of times to a neighborhood. Anyway, I don't know. I would certainly say yes. I would wish to remove breweries. Makes it difficult not knowing the rest. I mean, you probably want to remove restaurants in case something large, but then a small person could, or an individual could possibly open a small restaurant.
I mean, I guess the other thing to keep in mind is that the units aren't very big. It's not like there would be a large restaurant here that has a lot of seating. They're not very deep units, and so it would be typically something like a small coffee shop with some baked goods or, that type of thing. There's not a lot of space, there's not a lot of storage, there's not a lot of room for things.
Okay, I see. All right. Okay, well, certainly I'd feel more comfortable removing breweries.
Sure. Yep.
And I don't know, it looks like we might have a list.
Yes, we pulled up the zoning bylaw. So for what's permitted, as example, there's art gallery, library, museum, bank or financial institutions, community garden, daycare center, educational use, hospital treatment or medical clinic. Then conditional would be, some of the things we talked about here, such as a brewery. Church would also be conditional. Office use is permitted with up to a certain number of square meters. Personal service shop, public park or playground, service shop, small-scale recycling center, and
Is convenience store permitted?
that's it.
Under retail.
Restaurant would be conditional, as mentioned. Sorry, convenience store, retail store is permitted up to 465 square meter in size.
All right, okay. So could we remove breweries from that? If
Yes.
that's the way we should. Yeah, when we have motion, I guess we'll look at
Yes.
that. All right, perfect. Thank you very much. Merci, Madame la Mairesse.
Merci, Conseiller Légère. There are no questions from council. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? If not, is it okay? Yes, I can now close the public hearing. Donc, on va aller aux questions, débats du Conseil, des membres du Conseil.
Councillor Legier, did you want to make that amendment to or remove brewery? I can bring it up on the screen.
So no one's moved a motion yet?
Non, pas encore.
So I guess I could move it forward. Certainly number 7 maybe could say, or number 6, I guess it is, the future commercial uses such as breweries are not permitted. And then that way it includes everything else that you've indicated, and because obviously depending on the square meters and so on, and it triggers, it does or does not trigger conditions depending on the use. Okay, so that's what I think I would maybe be the quickest, is the future commercial uses such as breweries are not permitted.
So, Conseiller
Okay.
Légère.
Could the list just not include breweries?
It could. Is that better?
Because this condition essentially says that uses, the restaurant and the cafe are permitted, which means they're not conditional anymore.
Okay,
So if you
let's
take
do
that
that.
out, we could add a statement, we can add a sentence that says breweries are specifically not permitted. You could add that as well.
Do you need to add that? You could, okay, well, for sure enough, if you want to add that. So the cafes and restaurants are permitted, and another sentence would be breweries are not permitted. Something like that.
Conseiller Léger, do you wish to move the motion with those changes? That change?
Doesn't matter, sure I would.
Oui?
Yeah.
Donc, Conseiller Léger, seconded by, could I have a second? Oh, Conseiller Leblanc, merci. So, is there anyone else who wishes to ask a question or speak? No? Il n'y a pas de question. So, on the question then.
Did council want to see the motion up on the screen? Or you're okay with your trust in me? Thank you.
Yeah. That's fine, yeah.
Merci, motion carried. Thank you. Madame la greffière.
Our next, Madame la Maire.
Oh,
Merci, Madame la Maire. I just want to explain to the citizens, there was a concern earlier about, it seems like everything was fixed in advance and everything else. This is not the legal way that we do it. This was first hearing. It's a regulatory, it's government imposed. We have to go through public hearings, and then there would be a second reading and a third reading. We can modify it as we did today. So it's never a done deal. Do not think that when you come to council or when you send us an email or anything else. We come into this process, we have a legal obligation to be neutral until the decision is made. Just wanted to clarify that. Merci, Madame la Maire.
merci, Conseiller Bourgeois.
The next public hearing is 5 Acorn, and we've had some objections, and we have objectors that wish to speak, and I see that Sarah's here to give an overview to council.
Hello again.
Oh, Sarah.
All right. So this is an application to rezone 5 Acorn Court from R2, 2-unit dwelling, to R3, multiple unit dwelling. The purpose of the rezoning application is to accommodate a residential care facility for no more than 4 youth at any one time. So the subject property is located in the north end of the city, and that's east of Evergreen School, and this is in Ward 3. This area of the city is predominantly residential in nature. It's mainly single and 2-unit dwellings that are zoned R2, which is in yellow. There are areas of higher residential density on the surrounding main corridors, and those are zoned R3, and that's the purple in the 2 maps on the right-hand side. The property is currently occupied by a bungalow-style home that has 6 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, and a large yard. The lot is currently zoned R2, 2-unit dwelling. Residential care facilities are permitted in the R2 zone. However, they are limited to 225 square meters in gross floor area. The home at 5 Acorn Court is 315.8 square meters. For this reason, the applicant is proposing to rezone the property from R2 to R3, which doesn't limit the size of residential care facility, to allow the house to be used as a residential care facility. So in terms of the proposal, the home has recently been purchased by Youth Impact Jeunesse, whose mission it is to provide quality care and guidance to children and youth between 2 and 25 years of age with social, emotional, and behavioral challenges. This is accomplished through an array of services and programs that adhere to the belief of helping youth succeed. Youth Impact Jeunesse are proposing to use the home at 5 Acorn Court for a youth stabilization program that is to be delivered by Youth Impact Jeunesse on behalf of the Provincial Department of Social Development. The youth stabilization program serves youth between the ages of 12 and 18. The program in this location would only support up to 4 youth maximum at any one time. At times, there may be fewer than 4 youth in the home, but never more than 4. The length of stay in the program is 8 weeks, and then the youth are moved back to their home or familiar environment. The Youth Stabilization Program is a heavily structured program. Typically, the youth are in school. They will continue to attend school as usual, the same school that they usually go to. There's very little unsupervised time outside of the home. 4 staff will be on site during the day from 8 a.m. until 12 a.m. That is a 1-to-1 ratio of staff to youth. 2 staff will be on site overnight from 12 a.m. to 8 a.m. No staff will live in the house. All the youth who would be staying in this home are from the Greater Moncton area. The plan is to use 4 of the bedrooms for the youth in the program, and the other 2 bedrooms would be turned into offices. No changes are being proposed to the building or to the site. There will be no cameras, no signage, and the home and the property will be well cared for. So these images just give a few different views of the subject home and the property. In terms of some background on the program, the Youth Stabilization Program had been operating at another location in the city for several years, but it had to be paused and moved out in the spring of 2025 to accommodate another service in that space. Given the need for the program to exist and for it to continue in the city, Youth Impact Jeunesse had to find a new location as quickly as possible, preferably one in a residential neighborhood where the youth would feel comfortable and safe. They reviewed several homes for sale at that time, and the subject home fit the needs of the program with the 6 bedrooms. When considering an application such as this one, the municipal plan provides guidance through policies, objectives, and principles. One of the guiding principles of the municipal plan, which is Principle 2, specifically speaks to Moncton being an inclusive, friendly, and caring city where everyone in the community is important and has the fundamental right to a safe and healthy environment. Under the section of community care, objectives and policies speak to supporting the diverse needs of the community through integration rather than isolation. Policy CC5 speaks to supporting the development of smaller residential care facilities in neighborhoods and, where appropriate, supporting changes to the zoning bylaw to help support the development of new facilities or centers which respond to a recognized need in the community. The proposed application meets several policies and objectives included in the municipal plan. The youth who would be staying here are in need of extra support and care and a safe environment. It would reinforce the principle of an inclusive community where everyone has the fundamental right to a safe and healthy environment. It would also reinforce the objective of supporting the diverse needs of the community through integration rather than isolation. The 4 youth in the home will be managed through a highly structured program, monitored and supervised by professional staff at all times. As noted, the ratio during the day will be 1-to-1, and only at night will there be 2 trained staff on site instead of 4 during the day. Additionally, a proposed condition of the rezoning is to limit the number of youth to no more than 4 at any one time. That is the number determined by Youth Impact Jeunesse, so they have no problem with that being the limit. So this application was presented to the Planning Advisory Committee on August 27th for their written views. At that meeting, the Planning Advisory Committee voted unanimously to recommend to City Council that they approve the proposed rezoning application subject to a resolution with conditions. So in terms of the recommendation, it is that Moncton City Council approve the amending zoning bylaw subject to a resolution with a number of conditions that they are listed in your package. I can go through them here. There's only 4. That the residential care facility be limited to 4 youth at any one time. That despite the R3 zoning, only uses that are permitted in the R2 zone, as amended from time to time, are to be permitted on the subject lot, with the addition of the residential care facility as approved in this application and subject to these conditions. And then the last 2 are standard ones, that all uses of land pursuant to this agreement shall conform with the provisions of the zoning bylaw as amended from time to time. And lastly, that nothing contained herein shall prohibit or in any way limit the developer's right to apply for a variance pursuant to the provisions of the Community Planning Act. So in terms of community feedback, 69 written objections were received prior to the deadline for this application. 3 more came in after the deadline for written submissions. As well, a petition was also submitted objecting to the application with 267 signatures. And something to note, the Community Planning Act, Section 113, states that when a petition is signed by the owners of more than 1/3 of the land within 100 meters of the subject site, the bylaw shall not become valid unless a majority of the members of council vote in favor of making the bylaw. So in this case, administration reviewed the addresses and names on the petition and has determined that the owners of more than 1/3 of the land within 100 meters of the subject site did sign the petition, and so this section of the Act does apply. Therefore, in order for the proposed bylaw to become valid, a majority of the members of council are required to vote in favor of the bylaw. So in terms of the main points of concern that were submitted for this application, I'll go through them and provide a response. The items of concern include safety for surrounding families, proximity to school, traffic and safety concerns, disregard for current zoning standards, change to the neighborhood character of a small cul-de-sac, impact on property values, and precedent for future similar development. Number one, safety for surrounding families. It was noted, but there will be no more than 4 youth in this home at any one time. 4 staff will be on site during the day from 8 until 12. That is a 1-to-1 ratio during the day of staff to youth. The youth stabilization program is a heavily structured program. So typically the youth are in school, they will continue to go to school as usual, and each youth is provided with a high level of supervision at all times in the home, and there's very little unsupervised time outside of the home. In terms of the concern about the proximity to school, as noted, during the day, the youth will continue to attend school. When they're not in school, typically they would be at home working with the social worker. They are normal kids. Sometimes they may be playing basketball or going swimming, but typically they would always be supervised and always be certainly at the home. Number 3, traffic and safety concerns. So the applicant has noted that the driveway at 5 Acorn Court can accommodate up to 6 vehicles without using the garage. Shift change is highly scheduled, so it can be managed to ensure that no staff is required to park on the street. There will be more cars than the previous owners on the lot, and there will be a shuffling of cars at shift change, but the staff will be made aware of this sensitivity, and they'll try to minimize any inconvenience it might cause to the surrounding neighbors. And finally, the application was reviewed by fire prevention. They did not have any concerns about the proposed use in this location. Number 4, which was disregard for the current zoning standards. So when the program that was existing before, when it was paused at the previous location, Youth Impact had a small window of time to find a home that met their needs. The home had to be close to emergency and public services, and it had to be located in a neighborhood where the youth would feel comfortable and safe. 5 Acorn fit the needs of the program. Prior to purchasing, Youth Impact did contact the city to discuss whether the policies of the municipal plan would support the proposed use in the home. Given the policies related to the city being inclusive, with everyone having the fundamental right to a safe and healthy environment, given the objective of supporting the diverse needs of the community through integration rather than isolation, administration agreed that the application would be supported by administration. Youth Impact understood the process of a rezoning application, but as the home met the needs of the program so well, they took the chance by submitting the application. Number 5, change to a neighborhood character of a small cul-de-sac. So the home and the property will be well cared for. The goal is to integrate these types of homes in neighborhoods. They don't want them to stand out. They want to be good neighbors. There will be no signage and no cameras on the building or on the lot. Number 6, in terms of impact on property values. So a few years ago, staff spoke with representatives from Service New Brunswick to determine how property values are assessed and whether or not this type of use would have an impact on the value of the surrounding properties. It was explained that values are based on whether or not people want to live in a neighborhood and how much people are willing to pay to be there. Elements such as well-landscaped yards, houses that are maintained and updated and taken care of, pride of ownership, all of these things increase property values. At that time, staff from Service New Brunswick then reviewed the property assessments of the surrounding neighborhoods for several of the other known youth homes throughout the city, and they could find no indication of property values having been decreased due to the presence of a youth home in that neighborhood. Studies that have been done across Canada have analyzed this question, and none of them indicated a negative impact on surrounding property values. In some cases, the surrounding property values increased as the properties with the supportive housing always maintained well-landscaped yards and well-maintained homes. And lastly, the precedent for future similar development. So all rezoning applications are analyzed on a case-by-case basis. Each proposed development is different based on unique characteristics. All rezoning applications go through a public hearing, a process similar to this. Rezoning decisions are all made by City Council in a public forum. If approved, the following condition will be included in the resolution of council, and I did read it out, but that despite the R3 zoning, only uses that are permitted in the R2 zone, as amended from time to time, are to be permitted on the subject lot, with the addition of a residential care facility as approved in this application. So even though the zone would go to R3, which technically would allow multiple unit dwellings, that condition ensures that nothing other than what would typically be permitted in an R2 zone would be permitted on that lot. And that is the end of my
Merci beaucoup, Sarah. Is Youth Impact Jeunesse, are they here this evening?
Yes.
And would they address council, please?
So thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity, Your Worship and City Councilors, to speak to this issue. So for months now, I've been back and forth with Sarah Anderson on providing different information, and she's had lots of fantastic questions. And her report has been exceptionally thorough and entirely accurate. So I won't repeat anything there, but I've had to cross out most of my notes that I was making. But I guess a few things that I would want to mention to support the application is, first of all, so why is this happening? So the Provincial Department of Social Development has determined that such a resource is necessary in the Moncton area and in several other zones in the province as well. So this will actually be replicated in the north, in St. John and in Fredericton as well. All of them four-bed facilities. So it's just to want to emphasize that it's been carefully considered, and that in the continuum of services, it's been determined that this is absolutely necessary for this particular area. So this is a local resource, so I just want to emphasize that the young people using this are not coming from Calgary, or for that matter, very far from the actual residents. It will be for kids in the Moncton zone, for children, youth, and families. Youth Impact has been present in the Brunswick communities, and specifically in Moncton. That's where we got our start for the last 4 decades. So we have been, just in terms of, I guess, agency credentials, the organization is certainly well suited to provide such a service. It's recognized in terms of having the expertise in the sector to do this. And I believe, as Sarah indicated earlier, we were operating this service in another location on a provincial level for essentially the last 3 years. So we have a well-developed, we're not starting from scratch, we have a very well-developed program that we would operationalize as soon as we were able to take up residence. As Sarah indicated, there was an urgent need to do this, so we had it needed to be developed as soon as possible, and of course there was a limited housing inventory at any given time. So why here? When we were house searching, this was definitely the best option in terms of meeting our specifications. A service such as this does need to be located in a neighborhood for obvious reasons. And being close to emergency service and community services, it cannot be in an industrial park. It can't be in the middle of the woods, kind of thing. So, but there's certainly no presumption on the part of the agency that this was. We knew that we would have rezoning granted to us. The reality was that we couldn't wait for 4 months or expect a seller to wait for 4 months for us to make up our mind or get all of our conditions met. So it was my decision to purchase the property in hopes that the rezoning would be supported to be able to make this service possible. We already have a highly trained and professional team that would be working at this resource. I would also want to emphasize strongly that this is a highly regulated resource as well. And when I say that, I mean from multiple departments, not just social development, but others as well. So, and we need to be obviously abiding by all of those. All of those regulations. As Sarah mentioned, the young people will be, we're not better parents, but I'll tell you, we have, in terms of, we probably won't have any youth better supervised or better supported in terms of, because of all of the staffing resource, associated with the home. We have proven ourselves to be good neighbors in 7 different New Brunswick communities over the past decades. And part of what that means is maintaining the property to minimum expectations, but certainly beyond the minimum expectations of what one would expect of a good neighbor. There won't be any external changes to the home whatsoever. It'll look exactly as it does now. There are some minor renovations that we would propose on the inside, specifically to the kitchen maybe. The agency, I can guarantee that the agency will always respond quickly, effectively, and professionally to any concern that may arise. And I guess finally I want to thank Sarah and city staff as well as City Council for all the time and attention and effort put on this file. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Merci. Madame la greffière.
Are there any proponents for the?
No.
Oh, you want to speak in favor?
Yeah, I'd like to speak.
Okay. Yeah. Are you speaking in favor of the, or objecting?
No, because I'm the label, my house is close to that house.
So are you opposing?
Yeah.
Okay, no, I'll call your name. Okay, so there's no one in favor of, nope, okay. So we're going to go to the objectors. I have a list of objectors. Is Jordan still here? Yes, I know. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, hello everyone. My name is Jordan McGinnis, and though I don't live in Acorn Court, I go there quite often to visit my mother-in-law, Catherine Johnson, because I'm married to her daughter, Leah, and I hope to be able to take my children there one day, Lord willing. Okay, so the reason I'm here is to just talk about this proposed amendment to rezone this property. When I was listening to the councillors talk on this the last time, someone made a really interesting point, and forgive me, I can't remember the councillor's name, but I thought it worth mentioning. And the point was that you can't choose your neighbors, and that there are good neighbors and bad neighbors. Therefore, you shouldn't be concerned about a group home going next door, because as with your neighbors, the residents can in the same way be good or bad. In both instances, you're not in control. And, you know, I think just looking at that statement at surface value, that is a reasonable statement. But I would just want to add something to that. And that's kids at this group home are only going to be residents here for the time that the program dictates. And so if I'm remembering correctly, that's 8 weeks, okay? So this means that every 8 weeks, the members of this court, this cul-de-sac, are going to be subjected to a roll of the dice. It's a 50-50 chance. Who are you going to get in the home? Right? And the reality of that is that this group home is housing people with problematic behaviors, okay? In many cases, maybe not all cases, but in many cases. So the home is said to be staffed with X amount of members a day and X amount of members at night. I think it's 4 in the day, 2 at night. That's all fine and well, but as reasonable people, we have to acknowledge that factors such as calling in sick, stress leave, career changes, and factors that will impact the staffing of this building. So what happens when this house is understaffed? That's something that we need to consider. Additionally, we have to acknowledge the fact that each of these children to varying degrees has their own lives, their own friends and family that may be coming into court to spend time with them. That's a lot of new traffic being added to a court where children are frequently out in the streets. We're talking kids playing tag, kids playing kick the bucket, you name it. So how often are people going to be coming and going in this court? Is this something that we can gauge effectively? I'm not sure it is. And then my final point here is, as adults and policymakers, we need to recognize that good things can be bad things if they happen in the wrong place at the right time. So I prepared a little analogy, okay? Let's say I love having people over to dinner, which is true. I love having people over to dinner. It's a great thing. It fosters a sense of community. It builds relationships. But what if I'm having a dinner party during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, when the virus is at its strongest and our hospitals are overrun? Well, you would probably say, Jordan, it's nice of you to want to have a dinner and all, but not when your dinner causes a super spreader event, right? Dinners are good as long as they don't contribute to that. And so the same thing goes for including group homes into your society, especially within a court. And that's really what I want to focus on. A home can be a great solution to a child that is living in a hostile environment. However, a group home filled with behavioral issues can pose a risk to those around it. We just have to acknowledge that. And I just beg the councillors here today to not use the word inclusive as a buffer against people who have objections towards this, because many of the people here tonight are hardworking, property tax paying citizens, some of whom are teachers and healthcare providers to varying degrees, who are working and fighting every day to make this society more inclusive and more peaceful for Monktonians. Yes, we can't believe everything we hear, right? We can't believe everything we hear about group homes. Some people just like to stir the pot, right? However, a failure to acknowledge some of the hard stories that surround group homes is discounting the hard work and the dedication that group home employees put in to keep these children safe. I've talked to multiple group home employees. It's not easy. It's not easy work, and I'm thankful that there are people in our society that are willing to do that. We've got 1 minute left. Councillors, you would not be here today if you didn't care about the needs of citizens in this city. And the reason you're here is because you've been voted as our best representatives, and I thank you. And I plead with you just to reflect back on your own families, some of which are, maybe older now, but nonetheless, I just hope that you can think back and visualize when they were young and what you would have done to make sure that your neighborhood, if you lived on a court, was safe. For those of you who have listened to your constituents' concerns and voted no, I sincerely thank you. And for those of you that have yet to vote or voted in favor of it, I hope that you would reconsider, because as I've highlighted, there are just way too many ambiguities to proceed with this rezoning safely. Thank you for hearing my comments.
The next registered speaker is Alan Batten.
Good evening, Your Worship and Council. My name is Alan Batten, and my wife and I have lived on Acorn Court for 21 years. So when we first visited this court a long time ago, it was very obvious to us that the court would be a wonderful place to live, with our young son and my wife's elderly mother at the time. So young families were playing on the court and throughout the court, running through the streets, playing games, all this sort of thing. And there was no traffic. It was obviously a family-friendly environment, and it would be a good place to raise my young son and for my elderly mother-in-law to live. This has, in fact, continued for 21 years. So it's been like this from day one, and it's continued that way. Different families, of course, and different senior citizens have come and gone on the court. However, the type of family and the type of resident who would like to live on a court has been consistent. And really, we shouldn't be shocked by that, right? Who wants to live on a small, quiet, no traffic, no business court next to an elementary school? It's probably folks who want a very quiet lifestyle and young families. And why do young families want that? It's so their children can play safely on the street between the yards and that sort of thing. And that's exactly what this court is. So I, like the other residents of this court, believe that the rezoning of this property would materially change the long-standing occupancy and use of this court by such families. It would also present safety issues due to the location of the property and the very nature of a court-style street. So I'd like to start by first of all saying that I believe it's important for council to not conflate the support we all likely have for this organization and for these children with the separate question, which is really what we're here to answer, is whether the rezoning of this particular building on this particular lot on this particular street should be approved or declined. With that in mind, I'd like to quickly just run through a couple of key considerations. As was noted, the building is 316 square meters in size. As you all obviously know, the maximum limit for an R2 care facility is 225 square meters. So what does that mean? It means this building is actually 40% larger than what should be approved in an R2 building, which is why we're here at all, We're basically trying to say, hey, we know it's R2, but call it R3. That's what we're looking at. The home at Acorn Court would also directly impact an unusually large number of neighboring properties. The property is actually unique. It has two properties owners obviously on the side of it, but there's actually 6 properties at the rear of this thing that actually shares a property line with the court. In addition to that, we have this court, it actually has 10 homes on it, and there's actually 2 other homes who have civic addresses on Shannon. This gentleman over here is one of them, has a property line on Acorn. So there's a lot of direct homes that would be affected by this court being rezoned. The planning department indicates the proposed facility would be estimated to generate traffic comparable to a 4-unit development, which I don't think is something we would normally see at the back end of a small court like this. The facility would require the use of street parking for all visitors and service providers. It was just commented that 6 vehicles could fit in the parking. I've never seen that. I've lived there 21 years. There's never been 6 vehicles in the parking of that home. So, and it doesn't even have parking in front of its own property line as well. Unfortunately, one of the disadvantages of residing on a court is that there's little room for maneuvering around the rear corners of a court when there are vehicles parked on the street. The increased traffic and consistent street parking around this property is a safety concern, especially for larger vehicles, fire trucks, that sort of thing. Dump trucks, all of those have problems maneuvering the court when there's parking on the street. Another serious safety consideration for court-style streets is that they only have a single point of egress. There's only one way in, there's only one way out. And that's obviously an issue when there are emergency visits or when there are emergency vehicles. And certainly we do know that facilities of this nature do require the support and attendance of police and emergency vehicles. So this is even more of a safety concern when we think back to who's living on this court. It's a small court next to an elementary school. It's full of children playing on this court at all times. So in short, I respectfully suggest that this applicant organization has submitted too large of a building on an inappropriate lot, on an inappropriate type of street and location. I would again suggest the council, it's important for you to not conflate support with the organization with the actual question of whether this building on this lot, on this court should be rezoned. I know that council keeps the welfare and safety of all affected residents in mind when it makes planning decisions. I would respectfully suggest that this application should be declined by council as it does not make sense from either the design, occupancy, and use, or from a safety and well-being perspective. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Barbara Dryden.
Good evening, Your Worship, council members, city staff, and attendees here this evening. My name is Barbara Dryden. I live at 18 Acorn Court with my husband and our 3 sons. We have lived there now for almost 13 years, and we have enjoyed the court area neighborhood for the same reasons that the previous speakers have spoken to. We have enjoyed watching our children play ball hockey in the street, playing tag safely in the neighborhood without worry of boundaries or implications. We've had neighbors who are very understanding, who support the values that we all have and share together and the morals that we have as a community. I would have to say the people who have lived there in the 13 years are upstanding citizens. Their children have respected very much quiet times. We all respect quiet times for each other in their residences and neighborhood. We respect property of each other, and our children have been taught and trained to respect each other's properties as well. We have been very happy in our court and hope that we continue to be happy, and we wish to stay in the neighborhood in which we've lived for a long time. We've lived in the North End for in 26 years, and the court presented a more comfortable space for our growing family, as well as a safe area near our schools. We recognize the needs of many hard-to-serve children in our communities. There's no question about that. And we don't wish to be perceived as insensitive to the needs of children. I can tell you that firsthand, speaking to you this evening. We are well aware that these programs are needed in our province, in our communities. We wish, though, for you to consider the needs of the residences. We recognize that the house fits the needs of the organization who has applied for rezoning of this property. But please consider, for those who are voting in this motion, to consider the needs of the neighbors, consider the needs of the families that is impacting, because when we speak of the word impact, we're not just referring to 4 children. We understand that they will service more than 4 children. In the community, in the immediate vicinity, we have already received a very strong objection from the neighboring residences and in the surrounding area in the form of petitions and online objections. And others will speak to that as well. I know there's a lot of people who would like to speak this evening, and they have a lot of very valid points to make. We're very concerned about the imminent traffic. We recognize that this type of clientele in a group home presents a series of complications, lots of complications, and many of which are very unpredictable. So you can have very well-trained staff, you can have very well-resourced facility, and all the plans in place to make it perfect. But we know that life is not perfect, and children in those conditions will be the determinants of what happens. They will make the decisions of how they react and respond in those homes. We cannot control that. That is a reality. It is created from the backgrounds in which they come from, their particular scenarios, the trauma that they've experienced. We do know that in the vicinity of our homes, there are other group homes in the city of Moncton, and they have a continuous traffic, increased traffic due to emergency service personnel. It includes medical responses, police. When medical calls are made, it also means that the fire department respond. And so that's a lot of extra traffic. We also want to consider that these children who live in these homes, if they will be going to a school, from the ages of 12 to 18, that would not be the school in the immediate vicinity. Those schools would have to be outside of our immediate neighborhood. So they'd have to probably be taxied there. So taxis coming and going each day, supported by staff who would work in that facility. Quite possibly taxis for staff who live there. Pardon me, not for staff who live there, because no one will be living there as a family, but they'll be living there, or staying there with the students' children to work. And so they may require taxis. There's lots of traffic coming in and out of our court. So we would prefer to reduce and keep our traffic at a minimal. It's only one way in, one way out. And we ask for your decline in rezoning, your support in not rezoning this property to an R3. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Daryl Johnson.
Good evening. Daryl Johnson, my wife and I, Jesse, and my grandson Nathan live in number 1 Acorn. We're immediately on the same property line as number 5. I came here to retire, as long as my wife can keep working and keep me in the lifestyle I've come accustomed to. So we've made significant improvements to the property, the landscaping, something around $80,000. I thought it'd be there for 10 years or more. Back in British Columbia, that's where we're from, we had a son, Derek, who through age 12 to 25 or so was in treatment homes and stuff and problems, other kids from foster homes. He didn't end up too well. He was ended up in the streets. He passed away when he was 30 years old. It's very traumatizing for my wife, who's also a educator in healthcare. She runs the BO University Canada in Sackville. She finds it's reliving a trauma to have troubled use right next on our doorstep. From her home office window, she looks into the sunroom and the back patio pad where people would be sitting. So we've listed our house for sale, and we bought another one already. Our Realtor, Trita Davison from Remax, says no one's looking. They've had 6 or 8 different people through, or couples that loved the house in every degree, but they said, care home next door, no, nobody's touching it. So that kind of addresses about affecting your property values. We can't sell our home. So I'm hoping that council will keep that in mind. The other thing is my grandson Nathan, he's diabetic. He grew up diabetic, didn't want to be a diabetic. He ended up going through different programs and ended up being a camp counselor at summer camps in British Columbia and in different provinces across Canada. Now he works for the YMCA as a daycare worker. He's done full summers and then problem children's in the day programs during the day. He had a bit of a depression era this last June, I think it was. Anxiety, he ended up losing 53 pounds from not being able to cope with troubled kids. So he's got to come home. He's going back to work now. He's put on 10 pounds. Sorry. And then he goes back to work now, but he doesn't really want to come home from working at the Y with troubled kids to having different kids on the property line 20 feet away in that regard. So I oppose the motion. As far as for street parking, Catherine Johnson, myself, and number 5 have one street parking immediately in front of my house, which I never use because your family's there, because in front of her property there's a fire hydrant. And in front of number 5 there is no street parking. If you add 6 more people backing in and out of number 5 onto our street, really, that's ludicrous. Put people in that situation. So much less if there's an emergency, you have to get a ambulance in or something else, or a fire truck. It's, I just think it's a wrong decision. We're going to have a financial loss here anyhow. We've dropped our property asking price $25,000. We haven't had a viewing since August 22nd because of this big sign on the property. So if Youth Quest can take it down after the rezoning, I'd really appreciate it. Maybe somebody would look at our house. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Jillian Porter.
Good evening, Deputy Mayor and council members, city staff, and attendees. My name is Jillian Porter, and I've lived on Acorn Court for 16 years with my husband and my 2 daughters. Thank you for the opportunity to permit me to share my perspective on this rezoning application. Let me begin by clearly stating, my concerns are not with the youth who will be served, nor the organization providing the services. These services are valuable and necessary. As a former big sister with Big Brothers Big Sisters and a youth basketball coach, I deeply understand the importance of supporting vulnerable youth. My concern is in the site selection. The placement. I'm not opposed to the services themselves. When we purchased our home in 2009, we explored many neighborhoods before deliberately choosing Acorn Court. Unlike newer subdivisions where zoning changes and developments were unfolding, Acorn Court was already established. The surrounding area was fully built and it was stable. It was a quiet cul-de-sac with no through traffic. That was our main attraction, no traffic. An ideal setting where children could safely play outdoors. When we visited the home, the subject children were playing outdoors. That's what this court is. Families like ours make lifelong decisions based on zoning. Trusting it reflects a lasting commitment to the neighborhood. When zoning changes, unexpectedly, the trust is eroded. Acorn Court is a small cul-de-sac, 10 homes only. The property at 5 Acorn sits at the very end on a pie-shaped lot like my neighbors have described, directly bordering 8 neighboring homes with limited street frontage. It would be a game of Tetris to get 6 cars into that driveway. 10 children live on Acorn Court, and together with kids from nearby high-traffic streets, they use the cul-de-sac daily for ball hockey, basketball, biking, and in the winter, we have Snow Mountain in the middle of the court, where the snow is dumped and children play. At that same turning circle, it's essential for the snowplows, garbage trucks, emergency vehicles. If we are to compound that in the perimeter with parked vehicles, it could easily be blocked, putting all our residents at risk of having service vehicles attend to us. The house itself is a 6-bedroom property. It's proposed to house 4 youth and operate 2 offices requiring continuous staffing. It would function more like a commercial operation than a single-family home. At least 10 staff would rotate through the day, along with social workers and service providers. Parking's limited. The city report notes this residence would function like a 4-unit apartment building. That's 4 times the density of what the current home is. On a cul-de-sac, every vehicle passes twice, amplifying that impact. At other youth residences, such as Augusta Terrace, where there are opposing comments from neighbors in that area, emergency responses are required multiple times a week. On-site security has also been present for prolonged periods of time within the recent past. On Acorn Court, where children play daily and snowbanks reduce visibility in the winter, high-speed emergency arrivals would pose a great risk to the children who are playing ball hockey. This program can thrive in areas designed to support its scale, like the former location, 115 Connaught Avenue, a P1 zoned property with parking adjacent to an R3 neighborhood. Properties with appropriate zoning, sufficient parking, and access to main roads are better suited to absorb the activity associated with the size and scale of this particular youth residence. Site selection must be intentional, based on suitability and supporting infrastructure, not simply on availability. Opposition among our neighbors is strong and united. A petition with over 265 signatures has been submitted, including support from 84% of the residents within 100 meters of the property, 41 of the 49 homes. Many of those neighbors are here tonight to show their concern. The need for youth services is undeniable. Placement, however, does matter. Acorn Court lacks the infrastructure, the parking, and the design to support an operation of this scale. Families invested here because of its small size and the street safety. And those expectations also deserve protection. Council faces a very difficult decision. Balancing the needs of our vulnerable youth with the responsibility to safeguard established zoning conditions. These goals are not in conflict. By denying this rezoning, you affirm that youth residences of this size should be supported, but in R3 locations equipped to absorb their impacts. For these reasons, I respectfully urge Council to deny the rezoning of 5 Acorn and uphold the integrity of the zoning bylaw. Thank you for your time and your thoughtful consideration.
Our next speaker is Julie Schofield-Simard.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and councillors. Thank you for providing us an opportunity to be heard this evening regarding the zoning application of 5 Acorn Court. My name is Julie Schofield-Simard. I have lived on Acorn Court for 6 years with my husband and our 3 children. I'm also a community volunteer, serving as president of the Moncton Ringette Association, working directly with youth since 2022. I work full-time from my home as I work for Medavie Blue Cross. We moved from Shannon Drive to Acorn Court, a small distance away, but a significant change to the neighborhood atmosphere. The reduced traffic and cul-de-sac structure were the top reasons to choose our home. I currently have no concerns when my kids go out to play with their friends, after school and on weekends. Acorn Court is a well-established rhythm. Families who know each other, who the children are growing up together, and a community that functions as a safe and predictable place to live. The proposed rezoning risks disrupting that balance in ways zoning laws were designed to prevent. I want to be clear, I also support providing support and rehabilitation services for youth in need. These programs are important. However, I believe this rezoning request is not in the best interest of our neighborhood for a number of reasons. First, the property in question exceeds the square footage limitations of our current zoning, which has been discussed. The only reason council approval is required is because the organization's choice of an oversized home. This raises concern that the home was selected specifically for its size, as it could potentially accommodate more residents in the future pending further approvals. As the applicant mentioned this evening, if time was so sensitive, they would have had other R2 properties within the square footage limitations that would have allowed them probably to be operational by now. Second, we must consider precedent. A representative of the organization has expressed verbally that they expected approval because similar requests had passed before. That reduces this process to a formality and undermines your role as our elected officials. Each case should be judged on its own merits, not assumed to pass. Third, there are concerns about safety and community well-being. Similar facilities in other areas have generated frequent 911 calls, straining emergency services, and affecting residents' peace of mind. The daily operation of a short-term rehabilitation center is not compatible with such a small, family-friendly cul-de-sac. While the center is intended to support 4 youth, council must also consider the residents who already live at this court. Zoning exists to provide these families with stability and predictability, and exceptions risk undermining that foundation. The layout of our neighborhood is another key factor. As you can see from the map in the application, this is not a grid-style area with multiple access points. It is a court, one way in and one way out. Any increase in traffic, including emergency vehicles, staff, and support service providers, directly affects every household on that court. What might be manageable in a larger subdivision is amplified in a cul-de-sac. Finally, families chose this community with the understanding that zoning protects the character and stability. Zoning is not a technicality, it is a promise. If exceptions are granted too easily, that promise erodes, and residents lose trust that their neighborhoods will be preserved as planned. For these reasons, I respectfully urge council to oppose this rezoning request. There are more suitable locations in our city for such a facility, places that can sustain the increase in traffic that it brings and respecting the integrity of established neighborhoods. Thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Our next speaker is Stephen Dryden.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Dryden. As you can tell, I'm a firefighter with the City of Moncton. I also reside on the court. As my wife has mentioned, we've been there a long time. We're in the process of raising our family. Other families are raising theirs. I have a different perspective from the other people on our court. I know what goes on in these houses. I've responded to them. I've seen the people inside, and I know how many times we've responded to them. It is not a rare occasion that emergency services show up. It's more a common occasion, at least once a week. Might not be EMS and the fire department, but it would be RCMP. So in that, I just want to relay my personal experiences. I've talked to people outside the residence when we respond, and I've heard stories. The kids are monitored most of the time. Sometimes they are outside. When they get outside, or if they're not monitored correctly because there's not enough staff, bad things do happen. They'll get into trouble. They'll knock on other people's doors at 2 o'clock in the morning. How they get out, I don't know, but it happens. We have a very small court near a very small elementary school. There's a lot of small children in the area. It's my concern that I would like to see it as safe as possible. An increase in traffic on that court, I know personally that if there's a car parked on the street, we cannot navigate the corner. We have to do a 5-point turn just to get around the corner. If there's snowbanks, it's another issue. It's another 5-point turn, providing there's no cars because we have overnight parking that's allowed now in the winter. If there's a car in that court, we cannot navigate it. Like they said before, there's not enough, there is 6 spots in that driveway. But like it's been mentioned, it's a job of Tetris to getting everybody out and everybody in. So that 6 cars going out halfway through the shift, 6 cars coming in, as well as any taxis that may have to come in or deliveries.
Excuse me, may I just say something?
Yes.
We've heard a lot about the traffic situation.
Okay, no.
So perhaps if you could
Okay,
give another
no,
perspective.
that's fine then.
Okay.
I was just saying that I've lived this experience. I've seen it. I'm in charge of a crew. It's my responsibility to make sure they get in and get out safely and that the residents are safe when we're driving in. Visibility is very low there. From my perspective, not from the traffic perspective, but I know what happens when we go in there. Okay, anyway, thank you very much for your time.
Is there anybody else who would like to speak to something that has not been brought up? Okay. Can you please state your name?
Can I say?
No.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah. My name is David. I'm live on 38 Shannon Driver, the corner between the Accord and the Shannon Driver. So we just moved to the community in more than 2 years ago. Before I lived in on 284 Glencairn Driver. Few years ago, my kid at that time he just like a grade 1, so I brought him to the Evergreen Park and he play with some small kid near there. So I asked my son to who if he know the boys, and my son said no. The first time he met him, I met them in the park, and he showed me the not far from the park is the one house. I think that how some sort of the business like the business will open at the our in our community. But anyway, like my son, he played with them, and then he invited them to my house. When they came to my house and they didn't say hi or like with the appropriate the speech, and then they went to my basement, and in basement we stock a lot of the like a snack and candy and everything, and then they play in my house half a day, and then they went home. After they went home, so we just we went to the basement to like because at that time we make the supper, but we found a lot of the candy gone and a lot of the snack gone. So I asked my son, what did the kid, the boy, did in the house? And he said they stole all the snack and food. I try to mention here because all the kid is from the kind of the business is next to the Evergreen Park, and they stole our snack and candy and they brought home. I told my son go to them and said never do that again. And that kid, after they knew they did something wrong, and they brought the snack and everything back, and I said, okay, no, you are fine, you can keep them. I try to explain here, like our kid, like very small. I have a 4 years, it's a grade 4 boy. So with the boy, so he can learn the good thing from good people. He can learn. No, he can. Like maybe he absorb the bad thing from the bad kid. So if our neighbor, we have a business like residential care for the youth people like this. So if my son he play with them, maybe he learn bad thing from them also. And also because that kind of business, kid go in and out, so we don't know the good kid or bad kid. So should I, like not allowed to keep my son to play, hang out or play with their kid? We don't want to do that because also we feel bad if we isolate that kid with our kid, right? So, but because we try to give our kid a good environment, good labor, good friend. So probably if the business exists in our community, my kid would not play with the kid in the that home. So I believe most of you have children, have grandchildren, so you don't want your children, don't want your grandchildren to play or hang out with the kid from that kind of business because we don't know who they are.
So, excuse me for a minute. So what is the objection that you have to the proposed rezoning?
I try to tell you the story about the kid that my son played with them few years ago, and then my son invited them to my house and they stole a lot of snack and candy from my house, and when they came to my house they didn't say hi or anything.
Thank you, but we're just trying to understand how this, why you're opposing, because of the children that came to your house, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So thank you for the presentation. Thank you.
Are there any other presenters? Okay, I didn't have your name. Do you have anything to add that has not been discussed? Okay.
Thank you for your patience and to listening to everybody's concerns about the rezoning of Acorn Court. I know there's a lot for you guys to absorb, and hopefully we're driving the points home that we have made so far. I just had a couple of, questions or statements. I do live directly next door to 5 Acorn Court, and as part of our petition signature process, my husband and I went to Augusta Terrace, where there is an existing home operated by Youth Quest. And we spoke to neighbors directly adjacent to the home over there to see, and we started our conversation with them with, can you tell us a little bit about your experience living there in group home? And unfortunately, we weren't met with any positive remarks. The applicant has stated tonight that they've proven to be good neighbors. If you were to question the folks that live next to their property on Augusta Terrace, you would find out that that is not their experience. We heard that lawns were not mowed, windows are broken out and not repaired quickly. We've heard it, and some of the objective, one of the ones was actually in the write-up that was submitted. Kids knocking on doors at 1:30 in the morning, wanting the residents to call the police. This is not normal activity for most residences in residential areas in Moncton, nor would it be normal in Acorn Court. So respectfully, we asked you to consider all the points that were made tonight about the concerns we have with safety, changing what the court was intended to be by zoning. Zoning is in place for reasons. It's to provide residents of Moncton with different types of residential environments that they choose to live in, be it quiet cul-de-sacs like Acorn Court, or downtown areas where they like the hustle and bustle. Everybody has a different objective when they choose their homes. So again, we respectfully ask that you consider our objections to this proposal, and thank you for your time.
So if there are no other questions, yes.
Do you have anything to add that has not been discussed this evening?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
My name is Harvey.
Can you please go to the mic? Thank you, and state your name.
My name is R.V. O'Quan. I don't live on Acorn Street, Acorn Court. I live on Harper Street. But I have a granddaughter on Acorn Street, on Acorn Court. As I said before, I live on Harper Street. Harper Street is adjacent to Fulton Crescent. On Fulton Crescent, there's a group home on Fulton Crescent. And I can attest that almost every second day, we have the RCMP, we have the medical, cars, almost every second day. And I can attest that I'm not against a group home, On Fulton Avenue, it's an older street. There's no young kids, right? So we can't accept that, I've seen 2 days ago, the RCMP were there twice a day. They went there at around 4 o'clock, and they were there again at 7:30. 3 car cops at the same time with the lights. At one time, there was a young girl laying on my lawn at 10 o'clock in the evening. She didn't want to go to the group home. She was scared to go. About a week ago, 2 cops were trying to find one of the kids that ran away. So I just want to, as I said before, I accept a group home. I'm not against group home, but putting a group home in a court when there's all kinds of young children ranging from the age of 9 to 12, they're going to lose that court. They won't be able to play in the court because the older kids from the age of, 12 to 18, they're going to take over the court. They're going to be playing basketball, which I see on Fulton Avenue. So where are the young kids going to go? Anyway, that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Council, my name is Annie Tarunsky. It's going to be very quick. I just wanted to speak on behalf of anybody who is not in the court. I live on 239 Rennick Road. I share backyard with Catherine Johnson on 5 Acorn, and I have 2 young children who often actually go to that court because I live on Rennick Road and it's a high traffic area. So I feel better when my girls are able to go there and play with the other children. The other thing too, I just wanted to mention, it wasn't really mentioned, and I know to some it might not seem like a big deal, but my daughter's bedroom faces the exact home, the 5 Acorn, and at night with lights and sounds, that could disrupt her sleep, and she'll start to ask a lot of questions. I work in the healthcare myself, so it's just another reason to consider, just remember that 41 out of the 49 homes in that 100-meter, not including the court, did object to this, and that's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
If there are no more presentations, Monsieur Kenna, do you wish to address the concerns that were brought up?
I'd like to make a point if I could.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Robert.
I want to thank everybody for the presentation. What I didn't say in the earlier going about the demise of the Sunset Hotel is it's a place where a lot of first responders came to all the time. And there's a lot of straight lines going in there. It's not a court. And we've, so they can park on the road. There's a big parking lot for our building. The firefighter, I want to commend his bravery for coming up at City Hall as a city employee in a uniform. I think that makes an impact. But the point that he made, I believe you were talking about a 5-point turn with a fire truck. Is that correct? It's not an ordinary vehicle, and I feel that if I tried to project the situation, I can tell you a specific situation in our building when we had 10 first responders in one of the hallways. There were 2 fire trucks, there were 2 ambulances, there were 2 police cars. And I don't want to be too impassioned about a place where I don't live, but and not knowing the layout and the exact physics of going in and out of there, but if these people can't park a fire truck, can't get access to a building, and you're going to have that many potential first responders coming in there, I don't know how you can approve something like that. You've got a court, which is a unique kind of place, and again, not to undermine the vital work that's being done by this organization, but I just wanted to speak up to put a finer point. I thought the gentleman it might have been overlooked that he's not talking about ordinary parking on the street. He's talking about fire trucks coming in and they're having to do 5-point turns with a snow mountain and snow banks in the winter time. So respectfully, thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you.
Monsieur Kenna.
Well, apologies. First of all, I didn't actually introduce myself when I got up to speak on behalf of Youth Impact. I am the Executive Director of Mel Kenna. So a lot of information has been shared this evening. Just to clarify one point that was made, maybe I didn't make myself clear, but when I was saying that we bought the home in the hope that it would get rezoned, there was no presumption on the part of the organization that would simply be rubber stamped by council. We were very familiar with the process. My point was that we had to make a decision of purchasing and hoping for the best, so to speak. We could not entertain a real estate deal over a 4-month period and expect a seller to acquiesce to that. So just wanted to clarify that point. So young people between the ages of 12 and 18 would be residing at this home. There does seem to be a very heavy concern that we would be disrupting children playing. As was mentioned by Sarah, our young people who would be accessing this resource would be extremely occupied and very well supervised. So it certainly wouldn't be our intention to, in any way, shape, or form, disrupt any of the children's activities that are taking place. So I can guarantee you that you will not have to cancel basketball games with 8-year-olds because we happen to be there. When we do need to access, that's not to say that, yes, we might walk down the street, but we have as much right to be in the neighborhood as anybody else. But we don't want to disrupt existing neighborhood activity if we need to access basketball courts. I'm sure there's other things at our disposal versus going out into the court. Yes, there are definitely times when emergency vehicles are called upon. I mean, we have liaison with the RCMP, with social development, with mental health, and a number of other community agencies. Young people accessing this service are struggling to make their way forward. We have a lot of professionals that will be involved in supporting them in their journey forward. They're there for 8 weeks, and this is so highly structured. We could tell you this is what's happening on week 1, what's happening on week 7. No one will be coming in there without a discharge plan already in place. So I guess the point I want to make is, I know we tossed around the term group homes. At one point in time, maybe 40 years ago, they were very generic. The big difference would be that you had child welfare and open custody homes. Other than that, they were pretty much the same, kind of vanilla all over the province. Now they're highly, highly specialized. No one would be accessing this service because there's an emergency or we need a bed. That absolutely would be impossible in this particular resource. So they're being placed there for a very specific reason, going through an admissions committee, the staff that are working in the home would be working intensely with the family or with the other service provider or the foster parent, whomever, to reintegrate them back in. There will be a transition plan, so they're coming there to get some additional supports for a brief period of time. What else can I tell you? It begs the question, where's the ideal place to put a resource like this? They're sometimes hard to find. It has been mentioned by a number of people offering their thoughts in opposition. Everybody's acknowledged that there is a need for such services. Well, I mean, we're in the Moncton community. These are for Moncton kids. So it's necessarily got to be in Moncton. With the transportation, there's been a lot of talk about parking. As I've said, yes, you could park on the side. You can park in the parking lot, the driveway. Sorry, the driveway. The driveway, a cement driveway, goes up the side of the house. You definitely can put 6 cars there. By the way, not all of our staff have cars, so there isn't always going to be 6 cars there. This isn't, we operate 15 of these homes in the province. This is more heavily staffed than some. But just in terms of protocol and working out, arranging the shuffling of cars, it's not new to us. Doors won't be slamming at night. Yes, there will be lights on all night, but certainly not going to be a lot of ruckus after midnight of disruptive behavior. But their staff are awake staff there, so yes, there'll be lights on all the time. If there's anything that we can, if we do encounter, if we were fortunate enough to receive the rezoning designation, if it turns out that we're really experiencing a lot of congestion, we're certainly willing to do some significant problem solving of is there another space where 4 blocks away where we could rent a couple of spaces or something. So we may be able to ease that somehow, not completely, but if it's unmanageable, I can't believe that it wouldn't be, but if it is. If there's something I'm getting at is if there are things that we can do to problem solve as we go along, we're very open to doing that. And as I say, we're doing our very best to be good neighbors. This is needed somewhere. So if not here, then we sell the home, and then we'll be back here again in a few months to talk about a different about can we put it in this neighborhood? We know with the size that it needs to be, and I think if we're looking at Dieppe, Moncton, or Riverview, in all likelihood, it's probably not going to be the existing zoning. It's probably going to be exactly what we're facing here right now. It's not going to be big enough, or not going to be suitable. I'm sorry. So we'll probably have to go for another application. So. I guess thank you very much for your time, and I certainly want to let all of the neighbors who've shown up tonight know that the agency certainly heard your concerns, and if we are permitted to come into the neighborhood, we'll do everything we can to be cooperative and collaborative neighbors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kenna. Now we will go to council. Sarah, did you wish to speak? You don't wish to speak. Okay. Council, if you have questions to the applicants, to staff, please go ahead. Conseiller Butler.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I won't try to prolong this much longer, but I guess with my view, it comes down to not what goes into this house, it's about the zoning. And I've been with that since the very beginning. It's zoned R2 when the organization, which is a very good organization, I've dealt with them many times over the years as a former police officer. There are places these are places that are needed. But the problem here is that from a counselor's point of view, I look at it as that when they went to purchase it, they called planning and asked for zoning, and you said, no, it doesn't fit our zoning. So from there, they purchased it anyway, hoping that we would. I really find that difficult to support. And actually, I won't be supporting it. I will be supporting that we deny this. For the simple reason is that we as council are almost faced with this situation of maybe, and we've kind of lost the path. The path was zoning. And now we're trying to say, well, is it, because of parking? Is it because not in my backyard? Or, these kids need a place to be. I agree with all of that. I agree with everyone, and thank you very much for coming in tonight. This is very good to see democracy at its best. People come and chat and tell us what they think. Because we're their voice. Not just my opinion, I have to listen to everybody. And with that, I have a really hard time to think that we are going to zone this, change it, because we have a reason why there's a certain size. That's the question I'm asking you, Sarah. There is a reason why in the municipal planning that we have a size that we have to go along with the parking or with this type of a building. So first of all, if you could answer that one for me.
So I don't have the ultimate answer. I expect through an educated guess that that number was based on average housing size. The idea is that we want these houses to integrate into neighborhoods, and so you don't want a house that stands out. And so this is in the last municipal plan, 225 was the number. And so that was, that was 2012, so that was 13 years ago. Chances are houses have continued to get bigger. Potentially, the result of that is that housing now is bigger than 225. I'm not sure how I'm going on that, but I think that that's basically where that number came from, is that was an average size house, and so these types of facilities would be in average size houses in our neighborhoods.
Well, the vast majority, and I don't have the data in front of me, but the vast majority that have come here lately for council to decide on have been apartment buildings, 4 doors, duplexes. I don't know if the houses got any bigger. I'd have to see the data on that. I don't want to speculate. I'd like to have data. But anyway, with that being all said, and I don't want to prolong this, like I said, the issue is that this is not zoned for this area, and I will be voting against it for that matter. I thank you very much. Thank you, Your Worship.
Merci, Conseiller Butler. Conseiller Léger.
Merci, Madame la Mairesse, and thanks everyone for being here. And as you can see, these things are not easy in terms of when we consider rezoning. I have a number of questions, though. I think I went back first. I appreciate, Mr. Canna, you mentioned that you were in a predicament where you chose to purchase and then come to council for rezoning. That's unlike what you did for Augusta. When you came to council for Augusta, you had an offer and then asked for rezoning. I'd like, if I could, maybe ask you, Mr. Canna, some of the comments related to Augusta and Fulton. I'm very much in favor of these types of services. And in fact, I moved the motion forward several weeks ago. And then I started to sort of, look at what's been happening. And I'm trying to understand, your organization says they want to be good neighbors. You do good work. But I'm kind of beginning to lack the community involvement that you really have. And then when I hear testimonials of what is happening on Augusta, what's happening on Fulton, I'd just like to know how I guess I'm trying to understand when we have the council report form in front of us indicating all of the safeguards that you're going to have, how we can rely on that.
I guess to your first point, which I don't think is your central point, but to your first point, Augusta was a while back, but it was pre-pandemic, so it was. I guess it just in terms of having being able to have conditions entertained for a longer period of time, it was the reality at that point in time. Again. There was no disrespect meant to anybody when we decided to purchase the home. We could not. We knew that it was a 4-month process. If it was going to be that home, we couldn't put in a condition saying that. Can we wait until we get this condition satisfied and expect the seller to take their house off the market essentially, or for that matter, they wouldn't have to take it off. Excuse me, but there would be other offers. So. It was a business decision. You do need to sometimes take a certain degree of risk. So I felt that it was a calculated risk based on the city's inclusion plan, et cetera. And we're not new to this, and we're in multiple neighborhoods and so forth. So although it was, to me, it seemed to be a reasonable request, not certain of a positive response, but a reasonable application. So just in terms of, so we've had a couple of people speak about other homes. So they've identified two. One being in the North End. That's the only other home that we have in the North End. I did have some consultation with Sarah about that. I'm not at liberty to speak about, obviously, individuals who are there or any of our individual cases. At that particular home, there's no question that in the last few months, and it is really related to a couple of individuals that were going through a very, very hard time, and they did need to be resituated, but this isn't a hotel business where somebody needs to be resituated and they can be put somewhere else, later that day. So there was some friction with a couple of the young people. No other residents in the neighborhood were at risk because of them, but they had some significant struggles. You also have to understand that there are a number of protocols that are that get triggered. So if let's say somebody goes to school and they didn't come back home, but at some point we do need to report them as missing or whatever the case would be. So there's all kinds of reasons as to why we may need to notify local policing, and local policing will come up and take a report and so forth. It doesn't, not to minimize, but I'm not suggesting that it's always police are arriving because the house is on fire or that there's an emergency. But absolutely, in Moncton and every other place in the province where these types of resources exist, there is a need sometimes to get some additional support to help a young person through a difficult moment. It's not because one crime after another is being committed. Sometimes there can be with emotional regulation, so something maybe something can get broken. Obviously, we do our very best to repair things as quickly as possible and make things safe immediately. Councillor Gier, I guess it's just in terms of when police show up in your neighborhood, they're peace officers, so oftentimes they're being brought in to help to bring the temperature down a little bit, to smooth the situation. We work with all kinds of community partners, and sometimes the right thing to do is to call the police. It doesn't mean that the neighborhood is all of a sudden immediately, less safe because of it. In fact, I'd kind of think that the neighborhood's kind of more safe because we, police officers in the area. And sometimes I can tell you too that you can have 3 months go by and no emergency vehicle. we can have RCMP or St. John, police force or whomever, whatever the local policing force is, attest to that. But there are periods where, and it's typically not because of all the young people, it's typically because of a particular individual who is in a significant amount of crisis, necessitates an extreme amount of support. I know that, so it's kind of a general question you had and it's kind of a general response, but.
Right. And I guess I can appreciate that. I think there's the complexity, certainly, of a court, and the fact that we already know there will be emergency vehicles, I find is something to consider. And so I guess I look at the application as similar to, it's similar in what the application was for Augusta with respect to what promises are and so on for the community. And I guess when I look at the confines of a court versus the difference on a regular street, it certainly has a different impact. So I'll kind of leave it at that. A question I did have, though, because I took a look and I went to your website and saw your annual general meeting, and I took a look at the annual report. And maybe I'm wrong, but it cited that maybe it is this program, but I just kind of wondering that Youth Impact was approached by Department of Social Development to develop a safe and supportive care 4-bed provincial residential service under the Child and Youth Wellbeing Act. The pilot is set to open at full capacity in September. So
that is not this.
That is not this.
No.
This is a separate one altogether.
That's correct.
Okay. So when I look at our municipal plan, one of the things that we talk about is the impact that it will have to the community. And maybe this is more to Sarah, because we've not really ever done that. Is Sarah here? Yes. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I couldn't see it. So I'm just wondering, in terms of stakeholder, Sarah, we rarely do anything. So why would we have that in our municipal plan that says how, here, I can read it. Just give me a second here and I'll. It says, Principle 2 specifically speaks to Moncton being an inclusive, friendly, and caring city where everyone in the community is important and has a fundamental right to a safe and healthy environment. And it seems, and you know what, until this particular rezoning, I think I always felt that we were doing things, but where do residents fall into this, except for coming and reacting to what is being presented in front of us? And is that just wording in the municipal plan that maybe we need to look at a little closer with respect to what it actually means versus just a series of words?
Sorry, excuse me.
No, it's okay. I guess when I look at that, I see everybody included in that statement, not just the existing residents, but new residents coming in. The children of residents who may live in the area, who may need this particular care, they're also the ones that need the safety and the right to live there.
But I think this is coming down to location. And you know, I think at the end of the day, it'll be council's decision, but I think, you know, when I look at this, I'm troubled that I guess I'm troubled with the planning, with, you know, the facility probably from an optics perspective, the size and so on, all of that works. But where's the regard for the community that in which you're going to be placing this? And I think more importantly is, you know, I look at track records, and when, you know, when we're told that all the safeguards will be in place, and yet we have other centers that you're operating for whatever reason may be slightly different and so on, and the results are different, then I think that's troubling. And so, anyway, at this point, I'll listen to what other councillors have to say, but I certainly think it's really important that we look at the proper location to guarantee the success that you need. And I can say truthfully, I lived for 5 years next to a special care facility, or a facility with young people in it. And quite frankly, you know what? My experience, we had some good days and bad days, but overall it was, it was nice to see, but it wasn't a court. It wasn't a large building. It wasn't a large house. There's things here that just are not necessarily using the best with respect to what can happen in this area. So anyway, at that I'll close, but I do appreciate the information that was provided this evening and the both of those that are expressed their views. I think those things are really important. Thank you. Merci.
Merci, conseiller Léger. Conseiller Steves.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the residents. Really, to be here for over 4 hours, Mr. CAO, we have to rethink the process here of this for residents to sit here this long. You've been very, very patient. This is a broken system to sit here this long. Mr. Johnson, condolences to your family. Sharing that story is very painful. I am not asking a question, but I'm just bringing some more information to the case. Regarding emergency vehicles in our fire department, Charles LeBlanc, who's the Deputy Chief of Community Safety, I was in contact with him back in May when this started, when the process started. The facts that the fire department has is that there were 11 visits to the Augusta home in 2024, which is almost one per month. And then in May of 2025, there was already 7 calls. So it's pretty safe to say over the course of 2 years that it's one per month as far as the fire truck goes. And so they're using that court. That doesn't include the RCMP situation. So I just wanted to add that from Charles LeBlanc. The community has spoken overwhelmingly. 267 signatures, 61 letters, 41 of 49. Councillor Butler and I, our role is to be the voice of the community and support them. For that reason, I'll certainly not be in favor of the rezoning. But I want to make sure that I echo some of the community's concerns as well. To not be in favor of the rezoning does not necessarily mean that we're not in favor of youth impact. And what Mr. McKenna does, certainly I think everybody in this room is supportive of what they do and the workers, but for all the reasons that have been said, I will not be supporting this rezoning in this particular court.
Thank you, Councillor Steves. If there are no other questions from council, we will now. C'est qui maintenant là? Comment? I can now I can actually close the public hearing. Merci. So now we will go to council for debate. Donc, Councillor Butler, did you wish?
Yes, I'd like to go with the alternative application instead of the recommendation for 5 Acorn with PID 0703799466 be denied. I so move.
Do we have a seconder for the motion?
Right here.
Councillor Steves. So are there any questions from council on this? Or no questions? We will go to the vote. Do we go to this? Okay.
Got to go to the vote.
This is for it to be denied. Read it.
So the vote is, this is for
It's
the
for your
denial?
alternative, yes.
Okay.
So,
This is to deny the alternative.
Motion passed.
thank you. The motion passes.
With 3 nay votes.
With 3 nay votes, 3 women, Councillor Thériault, Councillor Edgett, and Conseillère Leblanc. Merci.
That's kind of sexist, which is women. I'm not quite sure why that comment was made, just one.
Tu fais ta pause.
Comment?
Tu fais ta pause.
Je vais faire quoi?
Ta pause.
Oh. Yes, we will do a health break. Merci.
Yes.
Okay, the decision is to deny the application. Donc, merci.
Justice served. Justice served.
we can take our seats, please.
Take our seats, please.
Yes, we will continue the meeting.
The next item is also a planning item. Tentative amending subdivision plan, City of Moncton subdivision, 520 Main Street. And I see Paul Egger is here to, yes, Paul? Oh, yes, you can close the door. Paul is here to give a presentation.
Bonsoir.
Bonsoir. Good evening, Deputy Mayor and members of council. Administration has received an application for subdivision from the City of Moncton. The subdivision occurs on city-owned land located in Ward 1 at the intersection of Assumption and Main. The map here shows the location highlighted in red of where the subdivision is occurring and the surrounding properties around it. It's actually the current site in green is the location of 520 Main, the current RCMP police station. The whole area in that area is zone CBD. So the purpose of the tentative subdivision plan is to create lot 25-1 to accommodate existing conditions, to create a portion of Assumption Boulevard and Main Street. As well, the existing Assumption Boulevard right-of-way is composed of many parcels, including the former Duke Street right-of-way. Consolidating these into one right-of-way will make it a lot easier to manage in the future with setbacks and the like of that. This is just a blow-up image of lot 25-1. Again, it is composed of a lot of different lots and parcels. By combining them all together, we'll be able to have just one big cohesive lot to be able to dispose of in the future. Additionally, in accordance with the recommendations from the Active Transportation Plan, a 3-meter space behind the sidewalk on Assumption Boulevard was asked to be kept to accommodate physically separated bike lanes. And while there was no requirement for bike lanes on Main Street, engineering did request that we keep at least 2 meters behind the sidewalk in that area for any improvements that may occur along that corridor. One of the other plans which you'll be seeing with our legal department is this one. It's a stop up and close of Duke Street. So the purpose of this tentative survey plan is to illustrate a portion of the old Duke Street right-of-way and lot 25A. The expanded view shows it in relationship to parcel or lot 25-1. This expanded view shows where the Duke Street is going to be in red, and it's going to be stopped up and closed in a future meeting. As well, lot 25A will be attached to lot 25-1 after the council has approved the lot or the stop up and close. So with that, the Planning Advisory Committee recommends that Moncton City Council assent to the creation of lot 25-1, assent to the creation of Boulevard Assumption Boulevard Public, assent to the creation of New Main Street Public. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Paul. Councillor Crossman, do you wish to move the recommendation? Yes. Seconded, Conseiller Légère. Donc, on the questions, est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un qui... Oh, Conseiller Richard, vas-y.
Can we remove the vote?
Non, mais Conseiller Richard, OK.
Merci, Madame Asterio. Quick question, Paul. The only place that I see a PUE, public utility easement, is on the, let me call it, on the side of the river, south side, let's say, of the property.
Okay.
It's the only place that is visible. I'm just wondering, is it because the others are already existing, they just don't show on that plan?
Generally, my understanding, most of the infrastructure in that area is underground. Renee, correct me if I'm wrong.
But there is usually a PUE around, all around the properties.
Right. We had gone to NB Power with our normal contact, Francine, and received no request back for PUEs either.
There was no PUE taken?
No.
All around the rest of that
all
property?
around the perimeter of Main Street and Assumption.
Really?
Yep.
Okay, that was my question. Merci.
Merci, Conseiller Richard. Any other questions? If not, we will go to the vote. Merci. Motion carried.
Thank you.
Madame Lagrette.
Next is statements by members of council, les exposés des membres du conseil.
Il n'y a Pas d'exposé?
Then next, reports and recommendations from committee and private sessions, rapports et recommandations des comités et des réunions à huis clos. Il n'y a pas de recommandations ce soir. So now we're going to go to reports from administration, les rapports de l'administration, and the first before council this evening is Municipal Provincial Highway Partnership Program, 3-year plan 2028-2030. Motion before council is that Moncton City Council adopts a document entitled City of Moncton 3-year plan for the Provincial Municipal Highway Partnership Program 2028-2030. It directs administration to include the plan in the City of Moncton's funding application to the New Brunswick Department of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Merci, Madame la greffière. Could I have a mover and a seconder?
I believe that René is here and has a presentation,
Ah,
or just questions.
c'est beau. On va aller à la... Donc, conseiller Kingston, did you move it?
Yes.
Okay, c'est beau. Conseiller Butler, do you wish to second?
I have a question,
Okay.
but I will
Yeah,
second it.
it's okay. So, Conseiller Butler, go ahead.
Rennie, I see the background here and where we're doing the funding for, but I still go back to the one that we had for the ramp exit and so on for Wheeler Boulevard. And when we had the government I was in, that was even almost at the point of the go-ahead. And now all of a sudden we're not talking about that at all now? Could you maybe explain really what happened with that?
Sure, thank you for the question. I can maybe start with the goals of this particular program. These are for municipal/provincial roadways. They were called designated highways in the past, so it's your Main Street, mountain roads, Salisbury, Shediac roads of the world. And this program, when you read carefully in the CRF, it really talks about the aim of the program is really for microsurfacing, resurfacing, sometimes reconstruction of a street, of one of those streets. But when it comes to highway ramps or extensions or widening, it falls into a different program. Now, on the particular case of let's say we'd want to add new ramps onto Wheeler Boulevard, they would have to be part of a different program altogether.
Okay, so we'll go back to the Mountain Road then, because that was the next question I had for you. We had talked last year in 2024 regards to Mountain Road, turning it down to no left turns, that we were going to put some type of a divider so we wouldn't have it. And again, so that would that not fit into this program?
So yeah, the one with the North End Transportation Study that we've done, yes. So there's a lot of components into that would not fall within this program. Because again, this program is more about resurfacing or microsurfacing existing streets. However, the particular spots that you talk about, let's say Mountain at Hildegard, we do have a proposal for next year as part of the 2026 Capital Works budget. And it's something that we can definitely kind of requests for DTI, but typically those types of modifications would not fall within this program because the one we're talking about is more a safety concern, adding curb or adding a left turn pocket.
Okay, I don't want to make this go longer than it has to because everybody's tired. But anyway, thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. There are no other questions, so on the question. Merci. Motion carried.
The next item is request for proposal RFP 25014 Water System Master Plan. And the motion before you, kind of forgot my job there. Motion that Moncton City Council approve administration's recommendation to award request for proposal RFP 25014 Water Systems Master Plan to the highest scoring proponent being CBCL Limited for a total contract value of $684,250, including HST at 15%.
Merci, Madame la greffière. Conseiller Léger, you wish to move? Oui. Seconder, please. Conseiller Edgett? Okay, c'est beau, thank you. Go ahead, Conseiller Léger.
Merci, Madame la Ministre. Thanks. I'm just wondering, in the a description of the study, it talks about evaluating the current system capacity, future demands, and potential risks, including climate change, and identify long-term needs. Will it also take a look at, when it talks about risks, the perimeter around both water supply areas, Turtle Creek and Tower Road, and negating, trying to minimize any possible contamination of the water or risks associated with the access in that area? I mean, more and more, in particular, I'd give one example, which is I still don't understand why there's not a larger protective barrier between the road and Turtle Creek. All you have is a guardrail, and if something were to happen and contaminate Turtle Creek, I guess we hope that we can probably treat the water, but I'm hoping that this study maybe can go further and give some recommendations even to the facilities themselves that are there, whether it be cameras, security, and so on. Would that be part of that review?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, the master plan will provide a high level of those requirements, and we'll probably recommend a detailed study of risk assessment in our watershed. So that would come with a cost estimate, but we do plan for it to include the items that you've mentioned.
Okay, great.
Guide
Thank
rail,
you.
boulders, things like that.
Perfect. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Merci, Madame la Maire.
Merci, Conseiller Cher. If there are no other questions, we will go to the vote. Motion carried unanimously. Merci.
The next item, 10.3, is request for proposal RFP 25041, financial auditing services. The motion before council is that Moncton City Council approve administration's recommendation to award request for proposal RFP 25041, financial auditing services, to the highest scoring proponent being Deloitte for a 5-year period for a total bid price of $638,537.50, including HST at 15%, with the option to renew agreement for up to 5 additional 1-year periods if it is deemed to be in the city's best interests. To do so, it is recommended that the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign an agreement with Deloitte and affix a corporate seal of the city of Moncton thereto.
Merci, Madame la Greffière. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Conseiller Kingston and Conseiller Butler. Any questions on this? No? So we will go to vote. Motion carried unanimously. Merci.
Next is a tender that was postponed at the September 2nd meeting, regular public meeting. It was tender TCS 25022, snow removal, Kodiak Transpo Shelters, stop and laybys. The motion before council is that Moncton City Council approve administration's recommendation to award tender TCS 25022, snow removal, Kodiak Transpo bus or shelter stops and laybys to the lowest bidder, meeting the terms and condition and specifications being Serenity Pool and Landscaping for the 2025-2026 winter season, with the option to extend the contract for up to 2 additional seasons for a total estimated 3-year contract value of $706,532.40, including HST at 15%.
Merci. Conseiller Léger, do you wish to move the recommendation?
We need a seconder.
So I had proposed an amendment the last time and read it into the record. So based on information provided by city staff, there seemed to be some safeguards that I was not necessarily aware of, and I would, as the mover, remove the amendment, but I'd like to have staff maybe read, there are 3 items that were cited as safeguards for subcontractors, and I'd like to have them read into the record. So if that was possible, there would be no need for an amendment as the process is a standard process. Perhaps.
Est-ce que c'est Jacques qui répond?
Maybe I can ask the city solicitor here from a procedural perspective.
Well, if I recall correctly, I think at our last meeting, you had withdrawn your amendment pending further information, which is fine. But I think if Councillor Legier has a question and wants information from administration, I think Jacques is probably prepared to respond to that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. So to answer your question, I think the best thing for a subcontractor, if ever they have an issue with a city contract, the first thing is to contact our purchasing department. They manage those relationships, and they're the ones that will be able to kind of ask the proper questions or so on. Things that we have as a city that we would do in instances where a subcontractor is not happy, of course, is we would do not necessarily an investigation, but we would ask questions to both the winning bidder and also the subcontractor. At that time, what we would do again is we would make sure that we are comfortable paying the winning bidder the amount based on the services that were rendered. If ever we were not comfortable, we would withhold payments until we were eventually satisfied that the situation was resolved or so on. Now, even more to that, because there's a lot of negative consequences for a winning bidder to not necessarily do what is appropriate, is that we also have the ability to terminate the winning bidder's contract in the event that we would see that there's an established pattern of these types of things, of not treating a subcontractor correctly, not paying them for the work that they've provided or so on. So it could even go to that point where we would not pay, and we would terminate the contract and go back out to market. And lastly, what happens as well is when anyone who bids on a city contract, if they earn a bad reputation for various reasons, whether it be safety breaches, non-payments, or things like that, we could refrain from awarding any future contracts to that bidder. So those are things that we do have in place if there are relationships between a winning bidder and a subcontractor that don't work out, and 99.9% of the time, those relationships, those items we're able to resolve them cordially by just having plain old conversations and just speaking it through. So that's how we operate. Thank you.
And do we require the contractor to name the subcontractors?
We do, yes.
We do,
Yep.
okay. And if others are added through the contract, they
That's
need
right.
to be added. Okay, perfect. All right, well, those are proper safeguards, so thank you, and I think it's nice that we do that, and I think in some ways letting the subcontractors know that they need to be in touch with you or with the City of Moncton. So,
That's right.
Thank you, merci.
Merci, conseiller Léger. Conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci, Madame le maire. Je ne sais pas à qui je pose la question, mais je la pose. Juste avant la recommandation, there's a paragraph, and I'll quote it. When comparing this contract to previous years, it is difficult to compare probably, as in past contracts, we had 3 zones that were based on call-outs in comparison to this contract where everything is fixed. Last year, we spent approximately $170,000, but we did not have a major snow season. As we move forward with this approach, it provides us more cost certainty in heavy snow years. If I do the math, the contract for $706,000, $500,000 means approximately $235,500 per year, which is significantly more than the 170,000. So can somebody explain to me what that paragraph means and why we would spend 35% more? What do we get for that 35% more? I just don't understand the paragraph, what it means.
Yeah, no, that's correct. So normally when we do these things, we try and provide to council the comparison of what it costs versus before. One of the things, again, and I will bring it back, the annual budget for this work, and this is something that we've had over the past few years, is around $210,000. Okay, in some years, and it's not necessarily heavy snow accumulations in terms of meters or so on. It's really frequency of accumulations here. So it's a little different than maybe how it would impact public works, where for them a 40-centimeter snowstorm is more than 3 centimeters, right? Because these bus laybys or so on, they have to be cleaned whenever there's a snow accumulations, right? So what Kodiak Transpo has decided to do in working in conjunction with finance is to provide a little bit more cost certainty. So before, again, the budget was around 210,000. Last year, it's 170,000. We got a lot of rain. We got a lot of those types of accumulation, but they weren't necessarily snow accumulation. I believe we got a month and a half with almost nothing. So when they looked at the previous historical years, they felt way more comfortable going with a contract like this, where it's going to be a fixed fee year over year. And in some years, unfortunately, you know what? We potentially would give up a cost savings if it's a really light snow years. But in most years, we're going to have cost certainty that if there's 4 snow accumulations in 4 snow days, it doesn't require 4 snow call-outs.
OK, so tu es en train de me dire que, est-ce qu'on peut reculer 4-5 ans? C'est ça la moyenne, à peu près 210 000 piastres depuis 4-5 ans? L'année passée était exceptionnelle parce que c'était 170.
Yes, so when we set the budgets, we base it on the historical of the contracts that so that would be the approximate.
OK, donc la raison principale pourquoi on fait ceci de cette façon, c'est parce qu'on est plus certain des coûts.
Yeah, and we're also aligning it to, because in the past we had one that was like that, and then the two other zones were by contract. So now we're just going to a flat fixed fee for all the 4 zones.
OK, merci, Madame la Maire.
Merci, Conseiller Bourgeois. There are no other questions, so we... Comment?
We need a seconder.
We don't have a second.
Non, on n'a pas. On avait
Ah,
conseiller Légère.
Conseiller.
On a besoin d'un...
Conseiller Bourgeois, est-ce que vous voulez appuyer?
OK.
OK, c'est bon. Conseiller Bourgeois.
Et ça, conseiller Légère, conseiller Bourgeois.
Oui, on the question. Motion carried unanimously. Merci.
10.5 is a notice of motion that was brought forth by Councillor Bourgeois. And if you would like to read it into the record, or I can read it into the record, your choice. Okay. The motion is that Moncton City Council consider and vote on the following motion as brought forward by Councillor Bourgeois, slightly amended for procedural purposes with his permission. His motion was that council directs administration to delay action on the renaming of Glendale Crescent to consultant NB 911, again for confirmation that the oral pronunciation of Glendale with 2 syllables is sufficiently different from that of Glendale with 3 syllables and does not pose a challenge to emergency services in order to avoid the name change, and to return to council with a response from NB 911 in order for council to make a final determination on whether to rescind its previous renaming motion or let the original motion stand. And that was moved by Councillor Bourgeois and Butler, I believe.
Donc la motion a été proposée et appuyée déjà. C'est
Oui.
ça, je comprends. OK.
Oui.
Donc, est-ce qu'il y a des questions? Il n'y a pas de questions? Conseiller Richard.
Juste clarifier, je crois que c'était conseiller Bourgeois et Légère qui avait...
Oui. Oui.
Je m'excuse.
Non, c'est bon.
Merci, conseiller Richard. Conseiller Crossman.
Merci, la mairesse. Just quick question, how does this differ than the conversation that we had when this was postponed, when Councillor Butler brought up the alternative to let the street remain as it is, to contact 911 to see the outcome? How does this differ from the alternative, the original that was discussed back then? I'm just trying to understand this a little bit better.
Paul, can you please press your button?
Okay. I think more with this one was more to the actual syllables of sounding it out, was more with Councillor Bourgeois' motion. And I mean, even with that, just, you've got to read it from someplace or understand it before you can sound it out too, so. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Merci. No other question. We will go to the vote. Motion carried unanimously. Merci.
Next, our reading of bylaws et lecture des arrêtés municipaux, and they're both related to our rezonings this evening and public hearings. Your worship, I'll need permission from council that I can give second reading.
So do we need a vote on that?
Yeah, just
Yes.
hands, show of
got
hands.
A show of hands. So we will vote.
I need a mover and a seconder.
You need a mover.
Mover and a seconder.
Okay.
Crosman. Yeah, 11.1. Okay. Crosman and LeBlanc. Bylaw in amendment of the City of Moncton zoning bylaw being bylaw Z 222.50-136 Highland View. This is a second reading. Arrêté pour modification de l'arrêté de zonage de la Ville de Moncton sur l'arrêté Z 222.50 136 chemin Highland View. C'est la deuxième lecture. I will require permission. Yeah. I need a mover and a seconder.
Conseiller Kingston, conseiller Butler.
Okay, so Crosman and Kingston? Okay. Okay. And this will be an electronic vote. Bylaw and amendment of a City of Moncton zoning bylaw being bylaw Z 222.50-136 Highland View. It's the third reading. Arrêté portant modification de l'arrêté de zonage de la Ville de Moncton sur l'arrêté Z 222.50 136 chemin Highland View. C'est la troisième lecture. Yeah, but. Councillor Kingston, can you push your vote?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Motion carried unanimously. Merci.
11.2 is regarding 5 Acorn. I will require council's permission for second reading.
No, that didn't pass. That was.
Oh, that's right, never mind, yeah. Thank you. Nope, it didn't pass, I'm good now. All right, your worship, you have some appointments to make.
I do, thank you. To the Cultural Board, Antonio Delgado, a reappointment, Jeanne Mance-Cormier, reappointment, and Youth Advisory Committee, Merci Arroche-Bonne. J'espère que j'ai bien prononcé. Donc, conseiller Richard, voulez-vous, s'il vous plaît, clore la réunion? Oh, on a besoin d'un vote, OK. Et c'était une longue journée, là, je m'excuse.
We need a motion.
I need a motion. So, conseiller Bourgeois, oui. Conseiller Kingston, appuyé. On va passer au vote.
Oui. Can we open the vote?
Et moi aussi, là. Il faut trouver quelque chose, là. On va se parler, OK. Motion carried unanimously. Merci à tous. Conseiller Richard. Oui, c'est beau, merci.